Good evening, respected everyone and dear all honorable guests, including the chief guest for inauguration, the patron, the chairperson and co-chairperson of today's technical session, keynote speakers, the entire team of Inspira Research Association, team of BARKATULLAH University Department of Commerce, Bhopal, and majority of participants who have joined the program. I heartily welcome you all. First of all, I would like to invite Professor Dr. R.J. Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal, for patron remarks. Professor R.J. Rao, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that our Commerce Department, Pawan Mishra ji, has initiated this type of academic activities in the university. So it shows the commitment of young teachers, young professors who are working for the academic achievements of the university. So I really congratulate him for initiating this type of workshop, this type of conferences. Many things he is doing, and for this I really congratulate him. And definitely we are very happy. We usually, it's not only the individual department do all these activities, but we should have more interactions with the other important organizations in the country, in the world. Because there are lot many experts are sitting somewhere, and this COVID has made us to make the globe very close. We can meet anybody, any scientist, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. Within a fraction of a second, we can just clicking our Zoom meeting connectivity, we can be in front of them. So that is a very good thing. In this problematic situation, we got this type of situation, and so that way we are very happy that the Inspira Research Association has concerned their collaboration with our BARKATULLAH University to organize this important webinar today. And I am very happy that a large number of experts have joined and giving their expertise for the benefit of the students and for the benefit of the young faculty members. And of course, knowledge is not necessarily that it will give it to the very small people. Even the higher bosses can also have to attend such type of programs so that they can also get some knowledge, and by which they can identify the different type of programs which will be useful for the students, particularly different type of subjects, life sciences, management, commerce, arts, and others, because of the university is a university having all types of faculties, and this commerce is a very important department in your university. So everybody knows about what is happening, because we are earning money, and we are doing business, and we are managing our resources as well as our own money, including our own body, how we are managing our body, looking into the needs, and we should be very careful that financial limitations, financial problems, financial issues, not many people know about it. So that is the reason there are huge number of industries are coming, there's huge number of business is coming. So in this situation, we should know what is happening in the world, what is happening surrounding us, how many banks are open, how the money is used by the people, and how to use the resources for our developmental activities. So all these things are really very important thing, and particularly in case of this commerce subject is commerce and management are very important subjects, because we all working on the development of these courses. A lot number of students are working and doing their research here, and by which they have to develop their own knowledge, maybe through book reading and library consultation and all those things, but we can have the experts coming and interacting with our students, interacting with other faculty members, giving their knowledge, giving their importance to what is happening in the world, what type of developmental activities are going on this particular subject, so which will help us to create more opportunities for ourselves, for our surrounding people, for our societal development. So for all these things, so everybody knows about the money is the big thing. So how to manage this money, how to use this money to doing some type of business, some type of activities, so that everybody worries about uh, gaining the money, but everybody again simultaneously worrying about how to save your money, how to use this money for your own development, for your regional development, for your national and international development activities. So for all these things, it is very important to know what type of activities are going and what is the developments are happening in the society, in the field of this thing. So that is the very good idea, good topic selected by our Department of Commerce as well as the Inspira Research Association. So this recent developments in commerce and management is a very nice subject, and I hope all the faculties, all the experts give their time and interact with the feelings of them, and it will be useful for our university to meet you, to hear you, to get knowledge from your expertise. Thank you very much, and I once again congratulate our all the organizers and invite the experts to BARKATULLAH University through this virtual mode. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Professor R.J. Rao, sir, for your wonderful patron's remark. Now, I would like to invite Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association and former Head Department of ABSc, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, for the opening remarks on behalf of Inspira Research Association, Jaipur. Professor S.S. Modi.
Thank you, Dr. Ravikant, General Secretary, Inspira Research Association, IRA. Good evening, everyone. I welcome you all, particularly the patron, Professor Dr. R.J. Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BARKATULLAH University, and Professor Dr. Paman Misra, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal, for collaborating with Inspira Research Association, IRA, for jointly organizing the virtual international conference on recent developments in commerce, management, education, humanities, and social sciences, being organized on August 27th and 28th, 2021. I heartily welcome today's chief guest, a great academician and administrator, Professor Dr. Pratap Singh Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, Sri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat, for inauguration of the conference. He has also been Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat. I also feel pleasure to hearty welcome of today's chairperson, Madam Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bijotto, University Center, Unifequest, Brazil, co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mehta, Vanasli University, Vanasli. Keynote speakers, Dr. Rajendra Deshpande, consultant, USA, Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, Osmania University, Hyderabad. I also welcome today's guest, Dr. Chai Ching Tan from Thailand, Professor Dr. P. Malyadri, Professor Dr. S.K. Khatik, Dr. Anshuja Tiwari, Dr. Alex Khang, Dr. Ubaid Akram Faruqi, Dr. R. Sundri, Dr. O.P. Gusai, Dr. Vinod Kumar Berwa, Dr. Aarti Chopra, Dr. Ashok Kumar, the entire team of Inspira Research Association, IRA, and BARKATULLAH University, Department of Commerce, Bhopal. We are very, very grateful to all the honorable guests and keynote speakers who have been consistently motivating us for successfully organizing such academic activities always. I also welcome to all the participants from all over the country and abroad to give their best and enrich their academic level in the conference. Without them, such conferences can't be successful. The Inspira Research Association IRA is a leading organization of academicians, professionals, and researchers for research development and advancements established in 2011. It is a non-profit organization dedicated to the promotion and development of research in the fields of management, commerce, economics, taxation, finance, computer science, education, humanities, social sciences, and applied sciences, etc. The association regularly publishes research journals, national and international, namely JMME, JCCS, IJR, CMSS, IJE, MMA, Triple SS, and reference books with ISBN in the above areas and fields. All the journals are quarterly double-blind peer-reviewed reference journals with high impact factor and indexed at various prestigious international organizations. We invite the authors to submit original articles which will help to achieve our goal of obtaining higher global impact factor for the journal to maintain the relevance of the journals in a highly competitive field. In future, it intends to publish some more research journals, including international journals, reference books, and to organize national and international conferences, seminars, webinars, workshops, FDPs, symposiums, and live sessions, etc. The objective of the conference is to provide a platform to discuss opportunities and challenges and recent developments in commerce, management, education, humanities, and social sciences, and to explore real-life examples and novel ideas in these streams, as well as to exchange and share experience of experts and leading academicians on the subjects and to discuss the strategies to be adopted post-COVID by business organization and the government. I am happy to inform you that the participation response to this conference also is a really very overwhelming from all parts of the country and abroad also. We have received more than 55 papers for presentation on today's session and more than 50 papers for tomorrow's session. For Inspira IRA Academic Excellence Awards, we have received 27 resumes from all over the country. Name of 6 awardees for Inspira Awards July 2021 after finalizing by the jury, along with 12 Best Paper Presentation Awards for the conference would be announced on tomorrow at the valedictory. As many of you know, that during COVID pandemic period, Inspira Research Association IRA has been continuously contributing a lot for the academic advancement of researchers, faculties, management personnel, and professional students since 15th May 2020. Inspira, being a leading registered organization for research development and research advancements, has successfully organized a number of international and international conferences, webinars, etc. Inspira has also been providing several additional benefits in these programs as free online publications in e-conference proceedings and publication options for edited books with ISBN, national and international peer-reviewed reference journals with good impact factor, that is more than 6. IRA has also been providing opportunity to present papers, to participate in question answer sessions with renowned resource persons, to publish their papers in e-journals and e-ISBN books, etc. In all the programs, organized by Inspira, I am happy to inform you that the resource persons in every program are very, very renowned academicians of their field from different parts of the country as well as abroad also. One special feature of Inspira virtual academic programs is that all the programs organized as yet may be viewed from start to end at any times on our YouTube channel Inspira Research Association by anybody. In this conference also, all the resource persons are very, very renowned, learned and experienced academicians in their own field. I am very thankful to all of them for joining us in this mega academic event. There would be two technical sessions on today. First technical session would be on recent developments in commerce and management, and the second technical session tomorrow would be on recent developments in education, humanities, and social sciences. I hope you all would enrich and gain a lot from this virtual multidisciplinary international conference. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor S.S. Modi. Now I would like to invite Professor Pawan Mishra, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Dean and Chairman, Faculty of Commerce, Dean Student Welfare, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal, for the opening remarks on behalf of BARKATULLAH University Department of Commerce, Bhopal. Dr. Pawan Mishra, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm unable to. Okay. I bow down to Ma Veena Vadani. First of all, I salute our inspiration, guide, and scholar of distinguished eminence in the academic field, Professor R.J. Rao sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, whose thinking keep innovation, research, and progress in every field of the university and each institute of the university. I also welcome and honor our chief guest, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat, Chairperson of the conference, Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bizotto, Co-Chairperson and Keynote Speaker, Professor Ajay Mehta, Dr. Rajendra Deshpande ji, Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao. I would especially like to welcome and honor Professor S.S. Modi ji, who not only approved the Commerce Department of Barkatullah University to accompany him in this conference, but also guided, patronized, and provided his own well-known name. And thanks to Professor Ravi Modi ji, Professor, our senior Professor S.K. Khatik ji, Dr. Ansuja Tiwari, Mr. Narayan Jamod, for all his kind support. The commerce and management humanities education plays a very important role in economic growth. So these are the key which lead to success in all sectors of the economy. Commerce education has gained such importance because activities relating to these sectors cycle is going well through commerce education. Students also recognize ideologies while making business decisions. It makes them aware of social, economic, and political problems. It has widened up the global market and has been similarly useful in hastening the practices of exchange in local markets around the globe. It is already established that good commerce play a tremendous role in the economic development of the country. An attempt is made to analyze the role of commerce education in the growing economy of India, especially. In the present context, it is absolutely necessary that there would be a detailed academic discussion on the changes taking place in the field of commerce, management, and humanities. Information should be shared about the research happening on the innovation and changes taking place in this field and the academic field of assembling the possible improvements strive to bring quality. Infra Research Association, Jaipur is an eminent name that has made a mark not only in the country, but also in the international level. I think this joint effort of ours will play an important role in the academic field, which will give a special benefit to the scholars, teachers, and students. I pray to God with a pure and sincere heart for a healthy, prosperous, and happy life for all. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, Professor Pawan Mishra, sir. Now it is my honor to welcome our today's chief guest, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat. Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan is currently as Vice Chancellor Shri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat, and he has been Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat before. Professor Chauhan has guided 60 PhD degrees under his guidance in the area of management, accounting, finance, and capital market, etc. He has awarded 45 MPhil degrees under his guidance, and 5 students are still pursuing PhD under his supervision. Professor Chauhan has been keynote speaker in ICOM conference, Patra University, Indonesia in the year 2017. He has attended IABE 2012 Key West Winter Conference, Florida, USA in the year 2012. He has attended International Conference on Business, Economics, Management and Behavioral Sciences organized by Scientific Research Center, Dubai in the year 2012. Professor Chauhan has presented around 89 papers in international, national and state level conferences. He was the member standing committee NAC Bengaluru from August 2016 to July 2018. He is the chairperson at NAC peer team. He is a UGC plan committee member. He is also a member moderation committee for Gujarat state eligible test from 2017 to 18. It is our honor and we are very grateful to have such an eminent person with us today as a chief guest. I once again invite Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan for delivering his inaugural address. Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan.
It is a very privilege for me to address the audience. Professor S.S. Modi, the managing all, the association, Inspira Research Association, Jaipur. And it is organized with the BARKATULLAH University Department of Commerce. The head of the department, Professor Pawan Kumar Mishra ji, my friends and colleagues, Dr. S.K. Khatik Saab, the 2 speakers from the outside, the one of the speaker, Madam Batres from the Brazil, and 1 speaker from the Thailand, and many others, because Professor Mehta, many senior, our commerce and management teacher is already there in the virtually. We engage with particular conference, and the title of the conference is International Multidisciplinary Conference. The recent development in commerce and management, and that particular area, many area is going to discuss in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. And many paper we have received to discuss here in at the first part and the second day also. Dear friend, the commerce and management education is very different compared to the liberal science or any other branch in the professional course. In India, we have a very close to 1,000 a university comprising the Central University, State University. These are the two government, deemed to be university and private university. We have very close to 43 million students. I'm again repeat, the two speakers from the outside, 43 million students studying in the undergraduate and postgraduate MPhil and PhD program in all over the country, where the many European countries, they have a overall total population is less than our student population in the country. We have 1.6 million teachers, they're teaching in the undergraduate and postgraduate program. And we have 50,000 colleges producing the higher education program in the country. Dear friend, we have a very complex, the different category of higher education institution. We have a 5% tier 1 types of institution where they are blending and managing well, consider the Indian Institute of Management, Indian Institute of Technology, and a grade national importance institution. 10 to 15% institute are considered under the tier 2 type of higher education institution. They are moderate and they are compared to the proportion volume of 10 to 15%. But the majority proportion of the tier 3 higher education institution in the country, that is very close to 80% total institution out of 50,000 higher education institution, they are tier 3 type of higher education institute. Now every tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 higher education institution, they have a competitive advantage, some strengths and some limitation in the particular area so far as the commerce and management education is concerned. In the early days, started in the 2002, many management higher education institutes come up in the India, and the balancing the demand and supply of the management graduate in the country. But before a few years, the one survey done by the Business Standard is the technical newspaper in India, they said the professionals are employable in the India, that is at 35% in the including all professionals. It means 65% professional management graduates are not employable as per the demands of the industry, society, and institution. So that's why, what are the reasons for that? And then, you know, the many institutes come up with the management and professional education. Now 50% higher education institutes, so far as the management education is concerned, it is closed down in the country. Why it has happened? You know, in the era of 2000 to 2010-12, and then they closed down to 2021. It's only a 2-decade story for management education in the country. Only few institutes are working well, remaining because the demand and supply of the market, we have not cared. And second, the issue is concerned to highly trained teachers are not available in the management education. So far as you consider the case of the vacant post for the teacher in the IIT and IIM, the 1/3 teacher sanction post is vacant in the Indian Institute of Management and IIT. It is a problem is for the IIT and IIM. What about the tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 higher education institute in the country? So my point is, first we have to, you know, our higher education, completely we have to do the internationalization of higher education, number one. Number two, whatever the best practices happening in the all over the world, whatever the best ranking higher education institution in the America and Europe and highly developed nation. For example, the QS ranking, almost all the majority higher education university is coming from the Europe and America. The reason behind that, the India we have only out of 200 university, we have a 3 university. The one of the university is the Indian Institute of Science, IIT Delhi and IIT Mumbai. These are the 3 ranked 168, 170 and 172 in the global ranking. Why our Indian university, central university or a state university is not there anywhere in the 100 top university of the world? The main reason behind that, what we have observed in the commerce and management, we don't have a comparable international resources or a linkages to our higher education institution, number one. Number two, so whatever we produce the quality to our student and the brand image of the higher education institution, that is not comparable to the top ranked university in the globe. Many universities, because we have a NEC, then the NIRF, these are the ranking and assessment and evaluation, 2 institutions are there. But then also we observed in the, the NAC is started in the 94 in India. And now it is already, the 26 years is passed, but we reached to 20% institute of the first cycle of the higher education institute out of 50,000 higher education institution. So 80% higher education institutions are not covered under the name. So it is very, very difficult. The India is a very big volume of the students, higher education institution. So we need highly trained teacher in the higher education institution. Number one, the best infrastructure. So whatever the infrastructure available in the global level, international level, that is needed in the Indian student for the Indian universities and Indian higher education institution. And third, the teaching pedagogy we have to change. Our friend Anil Mehta and Khatek sir, the Pawan Kumar Misra ji, they are agreed that our teaching methodology, that is still today, it is based on the introductory classroom teaching, mostly in a physical class, and it is based on the theory we discuss in the classroom, but what is the practical orientation for the students and teacher, that is not happened. And that's why after the many years, out of 34 years, the national education policy is declaring the last year, our honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has declared the national education policy 2020. They covered the whatever the dilemma, whatever the limitation, what we have faced in the last many years, and after the freedom 75 years, we are enjoying and celebrating the Amrut Mahotsav for the independence. At that time, we have to change according to the needs of the India, what our student is needed, what our industry is needed, and how we, our student, our teacher, is internationalization about the commerce and management education. We have a lot of problems because we have a different type of institution are there. We have 10,000 colleges out of 50,000 colleges. It is a single branch college, and they have a minimum student is 100. So that's why the new education policy will develop the multidisciplinary approach. And that's why the international conference title itself is indicating International Multidisciplinary Conference in the recent trend in the commerce and management. My dear friends, I'm, informing the Gujarat and Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. We have in the secondary school, almost all the commerce student is opting a commerce is day by day decrease. And the proportion of the commerce student in the 12th standard is reducing, and it is a very, very dangerous for the commerce and management education. India has a university level in a teaching pedagogy, and we have a professional body also. The CA, ICW, company secretary, they are not come together and find out the solution for the commerce and management education in the country. And that's why everybody has approach a very individual approach to professional body, not for the university. My humble submission to all the august body, can we come in the one platform in the University Department of the Commerce and Management and create a content, a very professional, very practical and market-oriented content we produce to our student and give a maximum training, professional orientation, not in the classroom teaching only. If we do this, then our student will be comparable to the international standard. I observe in the many top university in the world, they have a theory is 20%, 60% is the practical orientation, and remaining part is the presentation and discussion and assignment. Can we change our pedagogy? Can we change our system for the teaching in the higher education? Then and then the Indian higher education will survive in the India as well as a globe, because two speakers from the Brazil and Thailand, they are very comparable to the Indian education system, and they are also comparable to India and Thailand. So my humble request to all our colleagues, the Professor BARKATULLAH University Vice Chancellor R.J. Rao, he is the key person for the Bhopal, and he can take a lead to the Bhopal. Bhopal is a topmost university in the Madhya Pradesh, and the Department of Commerce can take a lead and frame as particular curriculum as per the new education policy at 2020. And at that time, the modernization of higher education based on the Indian needs and Indianization of higher education so far as the international need is concerned. I am very much thankful to SS Modi. He has given me an opportunity to express my personal feeling, because I am basically from commerce and management education. I know the problems. I know the individual, everybody, the Madam Tiwari, Rajendra ji, then our Pavan Kumar, many people is known to me, and we come across many conferences in the Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. So my humble submission to all academicians, teachers, because we are first teacher, vice chancellor or any designation is a temporary designation, teacher is a permanent designation, and professorship is the topmost designation for any Indian teacher. I am very much thankful to everybody. All the best, and we will do in some concrete outcome within the 2-day discussion today and tomorrow, and some remarkable outcome will submit to the Commerce Minister and Education Minister in the country. So something will outcome. We hope everything is going well. Bharat Mata ki Jai, Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan, sir. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards our esteemed chief guest, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan, sir, Vice Chancellor, Shri Govind Guru University, Godhra, Gujarat, who has taken out a part of his valuable time to grace the occasion and bless us with his pearls of wisdom. Sir, your presence carries a lot of meaning and encouragement for us, not only today, but you have always been there to support and guide us with your profound knowledge. You are an enthusiast and inspiring personality. All the participants get highly benefited with your deep insights and wisdom. I once again thanks for accepting our invitation to be a chief guest for the inaugural session of this International Multidisciplinary Conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome the chairperson of today's technical session, Madam Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto, University Center, Unifacest, Brazil. Madam Bisotto is a postdoctoral student at the University of Aveiro, Portugal. She has done his PhD in administration from the University of Success. She has done Masters in Business Administration from the University of Essex, specialization in Controllership, University of Essex, and she has graduated in Accounting Sciences, Judicial Expert. She has 3 international research projects: Applied Social Sciences, Spirituality between Brazil, Pakistan, and India. I welcome you, ma'am, and I invite you to give your chairperson's address. Madam
Thank
Bizoto.
you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. It is with great honor to be here and extend my sincere congratulations for the initiative of holding this important conference. In particular to Professor Dr. S.S. Moody, the Department of Commerce, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal MP, and Inspira Research Association, IRA. Jaipur Hastashan is hosting the international online conference schedule. The international conference will provide a forum with an emphasis on the areas of commerce, management, humanities, economics, education, and social and applied sciences. So for me, it's a wonderful pleasure to be here today to share a little bit of knowledge with all of my colleagues. To succeed in a business in times of abrupt change, organizations need to embrace new technologies and innovation, but always keeping in mind that development needs to be economic, environmental, and social. We know that the speed at which organizations will act is not enough to recover revenues as the crisis is eased. They need to fundamentally rethink their revenue profile to position for long term. This way, you can always stay ahead of the competition. An alternative is the startup mentality. Rethink your business model and find out how your employees do more. The important thing is to identify the primary sources of revenue, and based on that, make the now or never moves that need to happen. Organizations need to use and know what their own competitive priorities are and act strongly in relation to others, mainly on priorities that are difficult to imitate. In other words, use Skinner's and Cone criterion. I wish the speakers, organizers, and participants success. I would like to talk a little bit about how e-commerce changes the relationship, brand, and customer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of virtual stores for commerce was shown. The segment, which was constantly growing, has an accelerator in the recent years. According to a survey carried out by the Brazilian Electronic Commerce Association, during the months of March and May, when isolation was more rigid, 107,000 new businesses were born on the internet. One of the legacies of this pandemic is that entrepreneurs who would spend another year or two adapting to the virtual environment had to do this very quickly. When opening your store on social networks, it is important to follow all the steps to open a company, such as stipulating your business plan, defining your store's customers' audience, in addition to all formalization. Just as it is important to choose the best place to install a physical store, it is essential to know which social network will be your company's selling point. There are some media that are the main focus on sales, and each one has its peculiarities, including being in more than one, but you need to know which one communicates more assertively with your audience. Plan your publications for more quality. Every business present on social networks needs strategic planning and quality content, such as photos, videos that show their products. Therefore, make a prior planning of the publications that will be made in your store, taking into account strategic points such as product launches, sales promotions, or even high demand for a particular item. A tip for this is to have a professional who masters the subject to help you. If you cannot afford this service, look for specialized training. Use social media tools to your advantage. Each social network has its own resources that can be useful to boost your business. Facebook, for example, the social network offers a marketplace space in which you can advertise your products. In addition, there are several buy and sell groups that you can join to introduce your store to potential customers. In the Instagram provides some functions that are distributed among the feed of publications and Insta stories, from the possibility of inserting prices and links of posts directing the product to the seeker, support to small companies. Another important function is the use of location in publications for possible searches by regions. It is necessary to convert users into customers. Users who are following your store on social media may not yet be customers, but they are interested in your content and products and have great potential to build loyalty to your brand. In this way, answer your users' questions quickly and efficiently. Avoid the phrase "no direct price" and offer ease and convenience when the customer makes the purchase. Make engagement posts to stay on top of users' opinions. Keep an eye on trends and what's being most sought after within your social networks. Plan targeted and exclusive promotions. Get ready to expand your store online. Sales are a one-way street, but it won't kill traditional retail as many fear. The goal is for sales to coexist. 50% of customers who search on the internet go to stores. In addition, economic instability brought a valuable lesson. The crisis came to think of new solutions. Among the networks that are currently operating in the dark kitchen format, this type of unit represents 7.2% of the sales. The networks estimate that in this participation can reach 13.5% of the billing within 6 months. I have an interesting data here in Brazil that think that opening your store on social media might just be the first step towards a growth trajectory. After all, improvements and innovation are one of the keys to winning the new customers. Create goals for your company and put in your planning the possibility of opening an e-commerce site for your brand and expand the delivery of your products. In addition, other digital tools such as Google My Business and Google Shopping can be a strategic point for increasing traffic to your website in the future. Here I have some data about the dark kitchens, the webs operating in this format. So we have 13.1% that are using this, and we have 42.6% that don't have any interest in the implementation of this template. So I just wanted to share with you this information about e-commerce, that I think it's an important tool nowadays in this pandemic times and post-pandemic times. And I would like to thank for the invitation to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Bizotto, our today's chairperson, for delivering the impressive speech for the International Multidisciplinary Conference on recent developments in commerce, management, education, humanities, and social sciences, jointly organized by Inspira Research Association and BARKATULLAH University Department of Commerce, Bhopal. Madam, we are very thankful to you for sparing your valuable time from your busy schedule right away from Brazil. And we are proud of you being supporting to all such academic activities by giving your best in a noble spirit. I once again thanks Madam Bizotto for accepting our invitation to be a chairperson for the today's technical session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I welcome our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Rajendra Deshpande, Business Value Development Consultant, USA, for delivering the keynote speech. Dr. Rajendra Deshpande has been recently nominated by Howard Square for Leaders Excellence. He is one of the few professionals in the world having combination of managerial and social sciences. Dr. Deshpande has total international experience of more than 50,000 hours and 20K sales and marketing interactions. Last 5 years working as business value development consultant. He advises business startups, incubation centers, and individual executives, MBA students, faculties for career growth and business models for growth. It's our honor and it's our privilege to have Dr. Rajendra Deshpande with us as a keynote speaker. So I welcome and I invite Dr. Rajendra Deshpande to give his keynote speech. Welcome, sir. Dr. Rajendra Deshpande, sir. Sir, please unmute. Sir, please unmute.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I had
yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It has been a pleasure to be associated with Inspira Journal, and I have seen the quality of speeches and the papers being presented for the last so many years, and I always await my invitation for these kind of presentations and interactions of esteemed speakers like Professor Chauhan and many others. And this time, the BARKATULLAH University of Bhopal has been a co-associate. I also thank them for accepting me as a keynote speaker. Well, after a distinguished speak of Dr. Betres, my speech is in support of it, and there may be some repetitions, so kindly forgive on this. Thank you very much. I begin. In business value development, I am. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah.
Ah.
You can make it a slideshow, sir. It says.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Business value development, and Business Value India is the name of the organization that I head. We are in the process of maximizing business value. Our company and the concept of business value believes that every individual, every business, however small or big, it has a value. It contributes to the economy, and definitely if we focus on value, we can multiply our growth. And it has been demonstrated, especially during the pandemic, with my work with several organizations and executives and students. And I'm honored to mention that executives from multinationals like Microsoft, Google, Colgate-Palmolive, Bank of America, and various other organizations have benefited from this technology. This is my background. I'm happy that I have been invited and nominated by Howard Square for Leaders Excellence. This is a very recent development, and they have accepted me in their Global Leaders Association. This is the official seal of the Howard Square. The topic today, we will be talking on recent developments, specifically after business and the pandemic. The business after pandemic and how it has impacted all of us. The pandemic, as you know, it has impacted all. There must be hardly any individual in the world who is not affected by this pandemic. As we see, all the sectors of society and industry, they are impacted. Education is impacted. We can see how education has impacted our school education, our college education, higher education. What has happened, I need not repeat, and I need not, we all are aware about it. Industry is impacted, and we see the conditions of, I don't want to be pessimistic, but we have to accept the as the status and move ahead from the status and go ahead. Health is impacted, health industry and health services are impacted. The social sectors are also equally impacted. Why I'm mentioning here specifically is you will find that even the relationships within the family has changed post-pandemic. Relations between husband and wife, relations with children, relationship, other close relatives, that has changed. I hope everybody will accept this fact. What is most important is our experiences have changed in all our areas of life. The way we are going to shops, the way we are going to attend our education classes, the way we are going and visiting hospitals, chemist shop, retail shops, the way we drive the cars, everything, all the experiences are changed. It is very important to observe and make a note of it. Why experiences are important? Experiences are because experiences are the source of our emotions. And let me tell you, 70 to 80% of our decisions, I repeat, 70 to 80% of our decisions, they are based on our emotions and not technology. This was highlighted especially during my last month's discussion with the legend, that is Philip Kotler. I was happy to be invited by Howard to have personal discussions with Philip Kotler, and he mentioned this. And that is why in his new book, that is, he talks about H2H marketing. H2H is human to human marketing. In spite of technology, in spite of robotics, in spite of social media and everything, he has emphasized that it is the H2H marketing that will take you for your future growth. Corporates are therefore researching on the experiences for the customers, for the vendors, and all the target audiences. How customers are experiencing in this change environment, that is being researched from beginning to end to end. And one of the most important thing post-pandemic for the companies is how to manage the experiences of employees, experiences of customers, and experiences of vendors. Everything is focused now on experience. What are the corporates doing post-pandemic? You must have seen they are digitizing, There is a digitization is going on in a whole full force. Look at the examples around you, which are a great success, especially during the pandemics and post-pandemics. You find Zomato, Uber Eats, there are pharmaceuticals, then there are FMCG companies. All are hitting the targets and going beyond the targets just by managing their experiences of customers. Getting acquainted, getting adjusted to the new experiences is the key for moving forward. Now, we are all in education industry. And this is a service industry. And post-pandemic, education, as you know, it has changed. What has changed? Superficially, we have gone online education. The delivery, way of delivery has changed. Have we changed the content? It is a big question mark. Let me tell you, it is a big question mark. Is there a need for content? Are we prepared for giving a better experience to our students through online education? Ask these questions to yourself. There is a whole details and research on online education. Harvard is very well equipped and best performing in online education. Have they changed? How they deliver? How they ensure they manage by students and teachers' experiences? Now, new education policy is also announced and it is started in action. It is being implemented. Now, especially after the new education policy, we have to know what are the students looking for. Let me tell you, one of the topmost university in Maharashtra has approached me. They are having comparatively very less admissions in engineering last year 2020, and this year admission they are just about to start. They are extremely afraid about what will be the future. We have to, that is why I said we have to find out what students are looking for, what the teachers and the trainers are looking for, what the institutions are looking for beyond beyond the fees collection, beyond satisfying UGC norms and this norms and that norms. What institutions are looking for managing their vision, managing their mission and experiences of different fraternity. We have to look all these things, all these areas of education, all the related industries to education through the perspective of business value development. You are all heads of education institution here. We can have a discussion on how actually we can move out, what is business value development, how it can impact individual students, how it can impact your curriculum, how it can impact your future admissions, how it can impact the outcome of education, how it can improve education industry interactions. All these things are covered by business value development. Business Value India is developing a new international model in collaboration with different universities for education, especially for India, in the field of engineering, MBA, giving the new experience, taking into consideration the multidisciplinary aspect of the new education policy, giving its foundation, connecting multidisciplinary at lowermost level to the different areas of engineering and MBA and different career options with credit-based systems. This is, I'm proud to be innovative, and let us see now how it can be accepted by different industries. The time is limited. Thank you very much. I'm very much thankful again for Dr. Ravi, Dr. S.S. Modi, and all of you, Dr. Chauhan and Dr. Briza and all other speakers. It is an honor for me to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra Deshpande, sir, for the wonderful speech. And now I welcome a great academician and a humble person, Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, sir, Professor, School of Legal Study, Banasthali University, Banasthali, and former head, Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and the co-chairperson and keynote speaker for today's session, and who is also the Senior Vice President of Inspira Research Association. It's our pleasure to have Professor Anil Mehta, sir, with us as a co-chairperson and keynote speaker for today's session. I would like to invite Professor Mehta, sir, for delivering the keynote and chairperson's address. Professor Mehta, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Modi.
Thank you, sir.
In fact, in any virtual session, the first sentence with which any speaker starts, that is, am I audible or not? And whether my screen is visible or not. I hope that I am quite audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. As far as the screen is concerned, I'll not be sharing any screen because we want to give more and more time to the paper presenters. So, of course, I have prepared a long presentation, but I'm not going to show it. Respected Professor Rao, Professor Chauhan, Professor Mishra, Professor S.S. Modi, Dr. Deshpande, esteemed chairperson of this session, other friends, Dr. Aarti Chopra, and the participants. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of Inspira Research Association as Senior Vice President. In fact, though I am Senior Vice President of Inspira Research Association, but I'm also a learner, and by attending the various conferences, workshops, and seminars being organized by Inspira Research Association, I feel quite enriched and enlightened. Thank you, Professor S.S. Modi and Dr. Ravi Modi, for giving this opportunity to not only me, but to the young researchers and even the senior faculty members representing different parts of the country. Indeed, a great pleasure to listen to Professor Chauhan, Professor Deshpande, who are my old friends. Friends, as you all know that we are on the fast track of changes almost in all the dimensions of life. But one thing which is going to change the face of the industries particularly, and that is the Industry 4.0 scenario, the Industrial Revolution 4. Certainly, this is bringing a new wave of technological revolution, and certainly the coming decade will be quite important in this regard. And certainly we will see lot of changes in the industrial world. As we all know that in the second decade of this 21st century, we all have entered into the era of the Industry 4.0 paradigm, which has remarkably become a global evolution with a core of industrial revitalization, transformation, and development. Industry 4.0 is the combination of cyber and physical world, though the introduction of new technology in the industrial field that has empowering India, particularly since last few decades. But now this industrial scenario will change the entire mindset as well as the shape of the industry. In fact, let's go into the background of this industrial revolution. As we all know that the first industrial revolution started in late 18th century in Britain. This industrial revolution, which was the first one, helped enable mass production by using water and steam power of purely human and animal power. Finished goods were built with machines rather than painstakingly produced by lead. The second industrial revolution introduced assembly line and the use of oil, gas, and electric power. These new power sources, along with more advanced communications via telephone and telegraph, brought mass production and some degree of automation in manufacturing process. The third industrial revolution began in middle of the 20th century, added computers, advanced telecommunication, and data analysis to manufacturing process. The digitalization of factories began by embedded programmable logic controllers into machinery to help automate some processes to collect and analyze data. And now in fourth industrial revolution, as also referred as Industry 4.0, which is characterized by increasing automation and the employment of smart factories informed by data to produce goods more efficiently and productively. Flexibility is improved so that manufacturers can better meet customers' demands using mass customization, ultimately seeking to achieve efficiency with, in many cases, a lot size of one by collecting more data from the factory enables better decisions to be made. Now, what are the technologies which are driving this Industry 4.0 revolution? The first and the foremost is big data and analysis. In fact, the collection and comprehensive evaluation of data from many different sources, production, equipment and system, as well as enterprise and customer management system will become standards to support real-time decision-making. Autonomous robots will eventually interact with one another and work safely side by side with humans and learn from them. These robots will cost less and have a greater range of capabilities than those used in manufacturing today. Then simulation will be used more extensively in the years to come in plant operations to leverage real-time data and mirror the physical world in a virtual model, which can include machines, products, and humans. This will also allow operators to test and optimize the machine settings for the next product in line in the virtual world before the physical changeover, thereby driving down machine setup times and increasing the quality. Then horizontal and vertical integration system wherein departments, functions, and capabilities will become more and more cohesive as cross-company universal data integration network evolve and enable truly automated value chains. Then another important dimension of this industry 4.0 is industrial Internet of Things. Here, more devices, sometimes including unfinished products also, will be enriched with embedded computing. This will allow field devices to communicate and interact with both to man and machine as well as to one another with more centralized controllers as necessary. It will also decentralize analytics and decision making, enabling real-time responses. Then cybersecurity will be a major issue in the years to come. And certainly with the increased connectivity and use of standard communication protocols that come with Industry 4.0, the need to protect critical industrial system and manufacturing lines from cybersecurity threats increase dramatically. As a result, secure, reliable communication as well as sophisticated identity and across management of machines users will be quite essential. So we cannot ignore this cyber security. Then clouds. More production related undertakings will require increased data sharing across sites and companies' boundaries. At the same time, the performance of cloud technologies will improve, achieving reaction time of just several milliseconds. As a result, machine data and functionality will increasingly be developed to the cloud, enabling more data-driven services for production system. Then additive manufacturing, particularly this 3D printing will certainly be a revolution where most prototypes and produce individual components will witness all these. With Industry 4.0, these additive manufacturing methods will be widely used to produce small batches of customized products that offer construction advantages such as complex lightweight design. Then augmented reality, that is the augmented reality-based system supports a variety of services such as selecting parts in warehouse and sending repair instructions over mobile devices. These systems are currently in their infancy, but in the future, company will make more broader use of augmented reality to provide workers with real-time information to improve decision-making and work producers. Now, we can say that Industrial 4.0 is making it easier for companies to collaborate and share data among customers, manufacturers, suppliers, and other parties in supply chain. It improves productivity and competitiveness, enables the transition to a digital economy, and provide opportunities to achieve economic growth and sustainability. With technologies like artificial intelligence and automation augmenting our professional lives, we will certainly see many positive changes of all these technological revolution. Certainly, we will be needing now different types of skills. Certainly, India will be able to compete well in global market, and certainly, perhaps the coming years will be quite challenging and as well as the competitive for the industries. So with these words, I'm quite sure that many of the participants will be touching upon some of the important repercussions of this industrial the revolution 4.0, what will be the impact on the economy. So thank you once again, Dr. Ravi, Dr. S.S. Modi, for organizing and making me the part of this international conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta, sir. As always, a wonderful speech by Professor Mehta, sir. Thank you so much once again, sir. And now I welcome Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, Associate Professor, Commerce and Management, Vivek Vardhini College of Arts, Commerce, Science and PG Studies, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Dr. Kankipati has got 27 years of outstanding teaching and research experience in various levels. Dr. Rao published 72 research papers in various international, national peer-reviewed, high-impact Scopus and UGC Care A-listed journals. Dr. Rao presented 53 research papers in several international, national conferences. He delivered many keynote addresses, performed as chairperson, technical sessions, resource person, and as chief guest, delivered inaugural address for several internationally reputed conferences. Dr. Rao has submitted 2 research projects, minor and major, to the University Grant Commission, New Delhi. Dr. Kankipati received 4 Best Teacher Awards for his excellence in academic record, which includes Telangana State Government Best Teacher Awardee 2016. Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao is a member editorial boards for 25 national and international journals from various countries. Dr. Rao is a member Board of Studies Commerce at Osmania University. He is also Inspecting Authority Ministry of Minority Affairs Government of India for 2 years to inspect vocational institutions under skill development. It is our pleasure to have Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao as a keynote speaker for today's session. I welcome and I invite Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, sir, for delivering the keynote speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir,
for giving me this excellent opportunity to share my views and thoughts in this regard. And always, whenever I associate the Inspira group and the people behind the Inspira, Professor S.S. Modi ji and Ravi ji and Anil Mehta ji, Professor Anil Mehta ji, sir, and all other eminent personalities on the platform, really inspiring their words and really conduct the conferences very nicely. And even for that matter, this international conference also conducting very nicely, which gives a lot of, the inputs to the stakeholders. And these inputs will definitely help to the governments and the other agencies for the implementation of certain things in certain areas and all that. Now coming to today's conference on the recent trends and developments in the commerce and management, also human social sciences education. When you talk about the education is not all about gaining employability and all that. To my mind, education should give a holistic development to the younger generations. And that holistic development will not come in an overnight. Holistic development in the sense, it is to be associated with many challenges and opportunities are there. So the challenges are to be identified and the opportunities also should be identified so that the younger generation can get and can sustain in the field of education or for that matter in any domain, that they can survive and they can, they can rule the domains and all that. That happens. So the point is here, when you talk about either commerce or management, any social sciences, when you talk about it's not that what I mentioned, it's not that only gaining the employability and all that, but also, as I mentioned, holistic development is required. It is in the sense, it's not that only the employability, in addition to that, along with that, one should acquire the ethics, morals and all that, because basically, whenever you talk about, the commerce and, the management, these are all very, very important ethics, morals, values. These are all very, very important, whether you are in a business area, whether you are in a commerce or economics related domains are engaged in those activities. So the point is, these values and ethics, morals are very, very important. That's what in the recent national education policy also, it has given a direction to the younger generations by implementing national education policy from 2021. The holistic development should require keeping in view the national education policy has designed in such a manner. Of course, all of us know about it. So this national education policy, you know very well, will give a holistic development to the younger generations in the sense, see, that's what I mentioned, the employability, and not only the employability, and the values, ethics also will be associated. So the point is, when you talk about challenges and opportunities, there are, whether it is challenge or opportunity, always because we're all living in a knowledge society. When you are living in a knowledge society, when you look into the challenges and opportunities, it is always both. The challenges and opportunities are always to be associated with the skills. We're all aware. The skills are very, very important. Skills are ruling the country, not only the country, in the world. The skills are ruling. So as I mentioned, we're all living in a knowledge society, means if you don't have the skills, especially the younger generations when you talk about. So the younger generations today, we have a demographic dividend to our country, which is not there anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country, in the world. So it is only the demographic dividend that we have. So this demographic dividend should be exercised properly, means the younger generation should identify what are the challenges and opportunities. From those challenges, the opportunities are to be identified, should find out, and accordingly they have to move forward. In the sense, challenges, when you take about the challenges and all that, recently we have seen, still it is there, we are all in pandemic situations, still the third wave, people are saying that the third wave is going to come, and a number of cases, thousands of cases, even now also registering day by day in the country. So during these situations, what the challenges the commerce and management people have to think? The challenges are health issues. And when there are certain health issues, or all of a sudden, unfortunately, when it is attacking the people and the country, and the whole economy is suffering with that, then what we have to do as a researcher, as an academicians, or as any individual, what is to be done, and how these challenges are to be taken into consideration, how to face it. So as that we have to think. We need to think about those things. And the younger generation especially, so when in the pandemic situations, the younger, whether pandemic situations have given us a lesson. So the younger generations of commerce students are the management faculty, management side, whoever is engaged in the activities of commerce and management, they need to think about the health issues and all that. It is very, very prominent because we have seen the health conditions. All of a sudden, when something is happened to the people, to the community, then the health concerns, the health technology or health health equipment, how we are lagging behind and all that is a lesson recently that we have seen, all of us. So that is why it is a high time for the younger generations that they have to take the opportunity out of this health sector. So this health sector, the insurance are to be added to that. So unfortunately, in India, today we still in rural areas, the insurance is not yet percolated. Whereas in other countries, developed countries, insurance was the main issue for them. And without insurance, they will not even start anything also. So first of all, everybody should register with the insurance and all that. And then whatever health hazards comes, they will face it. But in our country, still the awareness with regard to health is very, very important, and which is lagging behind. So that is why the younger generations, whether they belong to commerce or economics related, or the individuals, they are mainly focus on the health issues interlinked with the insurance and all that. They should, in the sense, they should bring out the awareness in the rural masses and also in the urban masses also. That's very important. because those areas are very important, and for the for betterment, for the survival, for the development of the country, and for the economic development also. These are all very important issues. That is the reason the younger generation has to think about the health sector, and the health sector with insurance should have to think, and accordingly they have to move forward. So this is one. Of course, I'm not saying that health and insurance is not are there even nowadays. It is there, but as I mentioned, in the rural areas, still masses are not known about the insurance, and they know only insurance is only for at the time of death. Some amount will come to them, will be given to the family members or whoever is dependent. Some amount they get like that. That much only they have the awareness. And in certain sections, in other sections, for example, tribals and other rural masses, if you see, even that knowledge also they don't have. So this is high time. What I mean to tell is, this is the high time to take the awareness to the grassroots level, and they have to. That will help the masses to come out of the health hazards and all that. That's one thing. And when you talk about management side, the management or commerce, whatever it is, when you talk about, so any education should be related to skills, because knowledge is very important today. And once the knowledge is equipped, that knowledge has to be practiced. And once the knowledge is practiced, then critical thinking will develop. And once the critical thinking develop, and then creative thinking will come after from there. And then once that creative thinking comes, the innovations will come. Exactly the innovations where we are lagging behind. So this is a pathetic situation. We are lagging behind the innovations. Of course, you might be knowing innovations are nothing but a value addition. A value addition is lacking with us, in the sense a old product is there. Basically, the product basics will be same. The product will not be changed, but time to time, as a manufacturer, as a management people, they need to upgrade it with the latest technology, whatever is emerging. That technology help should be taken, and it has to be given. A value addition has to be given, so that what happens, the customer related or customer centric, what we're talking about, all those things can be ensured. So that is why in the management side, decision making is very important. So the decision making, when you talk about, nowadays we know IoT, we are talking about the artificial intelligence, and we are talking about, the robotics, and you are talking about cyber crimes, cyber securities and all that. These are all things that we are talking about, latest technology. So the point is here, the management side, whoever is there, and the people who are engaged in management, for taking better decisions for the management of that particular organizations. So how these technologies are to be should be used successfully. For why should we use these technologies means it is all about only for making good decisions and all that. So for making good decisions and effective decisions, in the sense, the minimum cost and maximum profits are to be, and at the same time, quality should not be compromised. So that is very, very important. So these all will come under, we're all aware, these all will come under decision making. So the decision making nowadays, the technology is playing a vital role in the decision making. Say, for example, that's what I told you: Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, cyber securities, and all these technologies are to be effectively should be used, so that what happens, the production, the quality production will come out, and at the same time, the customer relationship management also can be ensured effectively. So that a customer oriented products are very important. So time to time, opinions are to be collected from the customers according to their needs, requirements, and all that. The manufacturer have to produce it, and you have to add certain innovations to that, and value additions you need to add, so that the better decisions can take out, and immediately what happens, that market, the product will be sustained in the market, and the demand will be forever. The demand also will be there for those products. So that is why innovations are very important. Innovations will not come without technology. We cannot imagine the innovation without technology, and that is why the innovations are important, and the management and for decision making, and even for commerce and other industry related, the industry touch is very important. Where exactly we are lacking behind. Industry interfaces in academia is different and industry is different. Like that we are going in two streams. It's not like that. So that is why in the national education policy, I repeat once again, the national education policy, vocational education also introduced. And earlier we know vocational education and higher education.
I think there is some connectivity issue from Kankipati sir's side. Anyways, thank you so much, Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, for the wonderful keynote speech, an excellent informative speech. And now we can start presentation with the permission of our chairperson of today's session, Madam Beatrice and Professor Anil Mehta, sir. Can we start, sir, the presentations? Can we start, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I shall call the presenters one by one by serial number, and since the number of presenters is very large, that is about 55. So I request all the participants to sum up their presentations in 4 to 5 minutes, so that every presenter may get time to present his paper. So now the serial number 1, Mr. Ramvi, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Yeah, Mr. Ramvi, you can unmute.
Okay. Good evening, all to all.
Yeah,
yes, my voice is audible, sir.
Yes, audible.
Okay. Today's conference is recently development in commerce and management. My topic is role of information technology and Indian banking sector. It means the information of technology. It is combination of two words. One is the information and other is the technology. Technology is continuously playing a crux role in the working of banking sector of India. The Indian populations are concerned to the internet and online engagement. IT is playing significant role for increasing the number of devices and fingers are used for each and every type of activities. The growth and advancement in technology has led to a paradigm shift in the entire banking operation and system. A sound banking system is helpful to develop the economy and individual growth. It is vital for development, growth, and creation of jobs, generation of wealth, encouraging entrepreneurial activity, and increasing the GDP. Today, banking is known as innovative banking. Now, my objective of my research is number one is that to explain the role of information technology in Indian banking. Second is to identify the increasing use of IT in banking sector. And third one is to find out the impact of technology in Indian banking sector, to find out the obstacles and suggestions of IT when we using. Now, come in the research, we adopt the research methodology under this paper. My study is the empirical evaluation based on secondary data. Success of secondary data is banking books, annual reports of RBI, internet or website, and research paper of eminent scholars and professors of this field. Also study the various national newspapers such as Business Line, Business Standard, Mint, and Financial Express. All papers are published at New Delhi. Also, limitation of my study is covering only the public sector banks, and period of the span of study is 11 years. Now, 1st April 2020 to 1st April 2010 to 31st March 2021. Now, also the role of information technology. First of all, I mention here the phone pay proceed the close to 975.5 million transactions in a February 2020. Google Pay by the 147.6 million transactions in same period. In February, 54% of the UPI transaction on PhonePe were by merchant partners with highest success rate. Now it has added close to 6.55 million merchants in the last 8 months and claims to have 18 million merchant partners in India. Now, this data are showing role of IT in banking sector. Now, increasing use of information technology, first of one, the central government has been focused on public sector banks for more digitization, all function and financial system. Today, every bank is adopting digital lending platforms and each and every banks are investing in it. The size of investment is quite huge, which all banks may not be able to do. A uniform platform can be created by delivery of loan, products, and other IT initiatives. Day by day, rising the use of information technology for solving the problems of financial sector as well as other sectors of the economy for better performance and soundness of the economy. Now, impact of information technology. First of all, rise the banking complaints is 20% is also the problem in the technology. Then 72.19% of complaints were received electronically as against 663.61% in the previous year. Then 18.65% regarding the ATM debit card issues in 2018 and 19, but it was
excuse me, sir.
5.08%.
Excuse me, sir. Can we, since the time that is allotted to each participant is only 4
okay,
minutes.
sir. I also my
humble request is to wind up.
Okay.
And
This
conclude.
article, there is no doubt to increase the role of information technology in Indian banking sector. Every day, innovative ideas coming in the fields of banking and public banking sector, as well as private sector, are fight to this business and retain the customer for long term and retain the business and generate more profit. So that after the information technology used in banking sector, the reduce the transaction cost as well as service cost, rise the profit through the value added services. Also this mention Dr. Rao keynote speech, he mentioned the value added services and also mentioned my previous speaker agree with the Professor Venta's. She said users create into the customer, then impact of the banking sector. Then also the agree with the Professor Rajendra Deshpande. He mentioned his speech digitization, so that our paper is also the helpful for the digitization and banking. And also I agree with the Professor Anil Mehta. He is the mention cyber security, clouds technology, and real-time information. So these are the some conclude of the paper. Then banking is important. Then technology also playing the role. But
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
some problems. Thank you.
The next presenter is Dr. Maya Agarwal, Assistant Professor, Business Administration, SPC Government College, Ajmer, Rajasthan. Yes, Maya ma'am, please, can you unmute? Yes.
Good morning to all. Good evening to all of you. Myself, Dr. Maya Agarwal, Assistant Professor, Business Administration Department, SPC Government College, Ajmer, Rajasthan. Today now I will interested in presenting my topic is the impact of COVID-19 on consumer buying behavior in India. In the present time, the coronavirus has taken a terrible form and the corona is increasing day by day in whole world. In such a situation, the effect of corona on the paying market has started to appear and the demand of local goods and brands continue to grow. The epidemic is promoting consumer to buy groceries online. The public is constantly concerned about health and trying to increase the resistant power of families. Now consumer behavior are changing in due to lockdown. Currently consumers focus on the fulfill their basic needs and they give priority to personal hygienic products and build immunity boosting products and improve their health by yoga, meditation and physical exercise, etc. Now we are seeing consumers spend money on buying preventive products like masks, gloves, sanitizers, hand wash, to avoid the spread of coronavirus infection in the environment, and to maintain social distancing and party lockdown using online shopping and digital payment. As the lockdown and social distancing distributed consumer behavior, COVID-19 has increased the use of social media on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and YouTube, etc. COVID-19 is changing consumer attitudes, behavior, and purchasing habits, and many of these changes are likely to remain post-pandemic also. As the changing consumer needs and behavior will transform the industry's future, they will pose both new challenges and opportunities for businesses. The present paper is an attempt to identify the consumer buying behavior, and the focus of this paper is to examine immediate as well as the long-term impact of COVID-19 on consumer buying behavior. Consumer buying behavior can differ from one country to another country. This is depending on culture, climate, religion, and geographies, etc. The pandemic has impacted virtually all aspects of our life. We can see some changes have been sudden and involuntary, such as wearing masks, keep social distancing, stopping public transport, and restrictions of international tours and travel. Now people are avoiding to go outside and doing strictly follow guideline to protect COVID-19 infection. In addition, consumer are buying products from local shops due to worried about the risk of getting infected in crowded places like malls and supermarkets. Now, I would like to say that due to corona, the income of men has also reduced. This has an impact on the purchasing power is less of the consumer. So we can say that some factors are seeing on consumer behavior. Now purchasing power of consumer has reduced, and consumer are totally focused on fulfill their basic needs. Besides, they are avoiding go outside and save some money for future needs. So in my paper, I would like to say that the totally consumer behavior is seeing changing in the present time, or in the present time, the coronavirus has affected consumer buying behavior and badly affected our economy too. In the India, our government are trying to avoid many, now as today is consumer is the king of the market, and all economic actions revolves around the consumer. So consumer behavior of people affects their physical, mental, social, economic, and environment about them. Today, the consumer is
Madam, kindly conclude now.
Yeah, please conclude, ma'am. Please conclude.
Okay. So that I would like to say that my paper is concluded that corona has different effect on consumer behavior. Some of the points are being discussed which as follows. At first, decreasing purchasing power. This is the effect of coronavirus spreading in all the world. And second is the promotion of self-reliance. Third is changes in consumer purchasing behavior and improvement in saving habits. Now we are saying that consumers are avoid fulfill their
Madam, kindly conclude, please.
luxury needs.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next presenter is Dr. Manisha Kaushik, Associate Professor, Swami Keshwanand, Institute of Technology, Management and Gramothan, Jaipur. Yes. Dr. Manisha, please unmute. Yeah.
Namaskar, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening. Today, my paper that I'm discussing, going to present in front of all of you, is dealing with the evolution of Zomato online food delivery services in the pandemic times. As most of the eminent speakers have shared, including Deshpande sir, Anil Mehta sir, about the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So I will be discussing today the industrial overview and the evolution of Zomato during the pandemic times and the lessons that we can learn from Zomato. So Zomato, that belongs to the food service industry, their main business model depends upon the delivery of non-home cooked food or restaurant food, which currently contributes only to about 8 to 9% of the Indian food market, which is very, very less as compared to the substantially powerful economies like the US and the China, which are having approximately 47 to 45% contribution from their food services respectively. So when we talk about the Indian food service market, it is forecasted to reach a USD of $95.75 million with a CAGR of 10.3% for the 5 years from 2020 to 2025. Now, this time period that starts from 2020 to 2025, there is a lot that has happened in the last fiscal year and how Zomato has dealt with the evolution. When we talk about Zomato in comparison with its industrial overview as a whole, then Zomato earlier was launched, as we know, that as a restaurant search application, a discovery platform, where you could have searched various menus, their prices, their reviews, and others in-depth information related to the restaurants that are available near you. Then 1.4 million restaurants got registered with Zomato across 23 countries, including India. Over the years, it got converted itself into the online food delivery platform. And as we know that during the times of digital economy that was being launched, how Paytm got succeeded. So similarly, we study the success story of Zomato, that how they have just evolutionized in this pandemic time, in this fiscal year. So their target audience is between the age group of 18 to 35, whether they are working professionals or they are students or people who do not have time to cook. They are their target audiences. When we talk about the business analysis of Zomato, so as I was talking earlier, that it was started with only online restaurant aggregator to becoming the #1 service of the online food delivery service provider. It now offers customers an online platform to serve food, discover new restaurants, write customer-generated reviews, and view and order food delivery or book a table online. Such services are being offered by Zomato. Zomato also provides their restaurant partners with the industry-specific marketing, which has enabled Zomato and to acquire newer customers and grow their business while also providing their last mile delivery services. It also operates a one-stop procurement solution with their new initiative, Hyperpure. So Hyperpure has changed the game of online food delivery services, which we shall be discussing in this paper. When we talk about the revenue streams, there are majorly 4 revenue streams that I will be talking about, on which the success of Zomato is totally dependent, and it has evolutionized and come as a huge success story in this pandemic time as well. The first revenue stream, of course, is their food delivery, which majorly consists of the commission from the restaurants and delivery charges from its customers. Second is dine-in, which is commission from the restaurants again. Third is their Zomato Pro service, which became very famous and popular among its customers, which is the subscription fee that they are charging from its users. The latest is their Hyperpure service, which is profits on the ingredients they supply on various things that they are supplying to the restaurants. Then when we talk about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the Industrial Revolution 4.0, as discussed with our eminent speakers like Anil Mehta sir, as we know that all the world economies have been brutally affected with the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020. And this major fiscal year was has seen the huge losses. But how did Zomato make up for this was with the especially in the last quarter, with its smooth business operations, and the revenue of Zomato especially increased post the second lockdown, which was a little lenient, which impacted the economy a little less. But still, the impact is there as the public fear of the third wave is there in the fiscal year 2021 and 2022. In the presence of COVID, they are surviving with their Zomato Pro services and Hyperpure services. So as compared to the fiscal year 2020 and 2021, 2021 and 2022 looks brighter with the better customer services, online customer services, good quality of food delivery. When we talk about the financial analysis, the number game of Zomato, so it has been seeing a skyscraping growth trajectory with its revenues growing almost 4 times from its financial year 2017 to 2021, with a high growth rate of 21,184 million in the financial year 2021. So that is majorly about the financial analysis that I would like to talk about. Some of the safety measures, the second last thing that I would like to share, because of which we are able to see the success story of Zomato in 23 countries, is the customer satisfaction that they have been able to draw with the contactless delivery in pandemic times, free distribution of masks, and COD. They did disable COD completely, enhance their hygiene standards. Grocery deliveries, they started Zomato. That was a very nice measure during the pandemic time. And they extended for 1 complete full year, the Zomato Gold extension was given. And they also hired the delivery partners, and to their staff, they extended insurance policies. So
please conclude now.
Yes, sir. Just coming to conclusion. Concluding with the presentation today, I would like to conclude with the success story of Zomato. The lessons that we can learn is that the rapid increase in the online food delivery services will continue in India. And this area is still not being fully explored. And therefore, others can also think of exploring this area. And the future of Zomato looks very bright, considering the numbers that we have just discussed, and which is gaining momentum. Enhanced demand can be seen for such services now, considering hygiene and third wave and impact of the pandemic. And with their creative initiatives with its partners also, we have seen that there is a huge level of satisfaction for its customers as well as its business partners. And with a stupendous decrease in orders during the first wave, it has come a long way with its new initiatives like Hyperpure and delivery of groceries and extension of its Zomato Gold plan. Consumers don't remain loyal to any particular firm, but Zomato has seen its customer loyalty as well. That is because of its online logistics services also, which is rated #1. And the timely delivery of food, which is of utmost importance to its people. So the company must definitely work on its expansion in the rural areas as well. Pandemic or no pandemic, in future, Zomato has a long way to go and a huge success story for our country and its presence in 23 other countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for the wonderful presentation. The next presenter is at serial number 5, Dr. Kamal Rathod, Assistant Professor EFM, Government College, Sikar. Yes, ma'am, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone present in this virtual mode of conference. I'm Dr. Kamal Rathod, working as an assistant professor in Government Commerce College, Sikar. And today's topic of my presentation is the role of direct selling industry in the growth of Indian economy. As we all know that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And simultaneously, when we look towards the direct selling industries, the direct selling industries are also growing not only in the world, but also in India. So I chose this topic. Let me first introduce everyone what the direct selling industries means, or what does it refer to. Direct selling industries refers to the selling of goods and services to the consumers who are away from a fixed retail outlet, generally from their homes, workplace, etc. Through an explanation and demonstration of the product, the products are delivered to the customers. Direct selling business, when we talk about, it is a type of business model which helps in marketing and selling of products directly to the consumers away from a fixed retail location. This is the simple meaning of direct selling industry. And when we talk about the modern direct selling industry, it includes sales, made through showing the plan, one-on-one demonstration of the products, and other personal contact arrangements, as well as the sale is done on the internet. This business model is one of the major contributors in the economic development of most of the developed nation as well as of our country. Now, when we talk about the direct selling companies, I'm telling you the major direct selling industries which are working in India, they are Avon, Amway, Max New York, Natura, Warburg, Herbalife, Mary Kay, Tupperware, Oriflame, Forever Living Products, New Skin Enterprises, Vestige, Modi Care, Young Living. There are many, more than 100 of the direct selling companies at present in India are in working mode. So when we talk of the Indian market, in India, this direct selling industry came into existence nearly in 1990, when our nation opened up the global market. Or which was the first company that came into India? It was Amway India Enterprises, who first came in India in 1995, and which this company was followed by many of the global companies like Avon, Oriflame, Tupperware, and many more in 1996. And similarly, at the same time, the Modi Care also came.
Madam, you have muted yourself. Please unmute. Please unmute. Please unmute. You are muted actually. Yes, yes. Now it's coming.
So basically, my study is based on the secondary data, and the secondary data was collected mainly through newspapers like Business World, the Hindu, Economic Times, and through journals, reports of various associations like IDSA, Indian Direct Selling Association, KPMG, SHM, WFD, SA, that is World Federation of Direct Selling Association, and the reports given by the FICCI. So, coming to the conclusion, the direct selling in India, I would like to say that the direct selling in India has a positive impact on the society as a whole. When we talk of the economy, first we talk of the society. So it has played a very important role in the development of society as well as in the development of economy of India as a whole, in terms of the employment generation, in terms of women empowerment. When we say employment generation, I say employment generation because I found that in the study that it is providing opportunity to work not only to the educated people, but also it is giving opportunity to everyone who is about 18 years and who is willing to work and who is willing to learn from the industry. Then it is empowering women. When we look at the data, it is more than 60% of the women entrepreneurs it is developing for doing the business. It also helps in developing skills in sales and management. According to ET newspaper.
Kamalji, please conclude now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Furthermore, direct selling has been able to provide women who found it difficult to work away from home. It has given them a ground to work. Similarly, it has given opportunity to the young generation, as India is considered as a young market of young persons, and the whole world is looking at us. So this direct selling industry is playing a very important role in the economic development. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The next presenter is serial number 8, Digvijay Singh Gohil. Yes, please unmute, Digvijay ji. Digvijay Singh Gohil. Yeah. Please start.
Respected all member, all guests, and Inspira for the providing me this grateful opportunity. Today's my subject impact of e-banking on traditional banking service. Internet banking refer to my use who has computer and the browser cannot to his or her banking website performance and thinking banking activities and an online banking system. The bank has intermediate database approved by the web. Meaning of e-banking. E-banking is the electronic banking that providing the financial service for the individual client by the means for internet. Functions of e-banking: inquiry about the informations of account, card account transformations. Third, banking security accounting transformations. Fourth, the transactions of foreign exchange. Fifth, the B2C, the B2C. Six, client service. Seventh, accounting management. And eight, reporting the loans, IT and the return. Types of e-banking: deposit, withdraw, inter-account transfer and payment of link account at the ATM. Two, buying and paying for the good and service. Three, using the telephone to perform direct banking. Fourth, using a computer to perform the direct banking, make a balance inquiry, inter account and transfer to paying link. Advantages of e-banking: first, accounting information, fund transfer, request, make a banking request online, downloading of accounting statement. Customers can also submit the following request: stop payment or checkbook replacement, demat draft pay order, opening of fixed deposit account, opening a letter of credit. Customer can integrate the system with his own ERP. Bill payment through electronic banking, the electronic shopping mall, effecting personal investment through electronic banking, investing in mutual fund. Limitation of e-banking: safety situations around ATMs, abuse of banking card by fraud at ATM, dangers of giving your card number when you buying online. Impact of e-banking on traditional banking service: e-banking transactions are much cheaper than those made by branch or telephony. This could turn yesterday a competitive advantages, a large branch network into something allowing e-banking to make brick and mortar banking. This is a better now as the e-banking are easily to set up, so many newcome will come to in old systems.
Okay, Digvijay ji. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
And
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the next presenter is at serial number 9, C. Prakash, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Andhra Pradesh. Yes, Mr. C. Prakash ji, please unmute. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I share my PPT?
Yeah, sure. Please share.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity in participation of International Multidisciplinary Conference on recent developments. My topic is investors' perception towards various investment avenues with reference to Chittoor district. It is an empirical study. Coming to introduction of my topic, investment can be defined as an activity that involves investing money in any financial or physical form in exchange for future performance. This the probability that the refund amount varies from the smallest to the largest is included in the expectations. Investment risk refers to the possibility of changes in actual performance. So every investment involves profit and risk. And investor perception refers to the process of selecting, purchasing, and consuming goods and services to satisfy their desires. The impression of investors is affected by many factors. Basically, the investor tries to determine the type of assets he wants to consume, then only select these assets that give him most utility. After deciding to invest, the investor calculate how much money he has to available he needs to invest, and finally investor will consider current investment prices and decide whether he need to invest or not. Alternatives of investment avenues are different channels for investment are stock, bonds, and obligations, money market instruments, mutual funds, life insurance, real estate, securities, derivatives, and non-marketable securities are example of various investment channels and alternatives. All of them are classified according to the risk and reward during the other characteristics. Coming to my study objectives are establishment relationship with other factors affecting the statistic profile of the population and respondents of the investment, investigate the attitude of the investors before several investment opportunities, learn more about the investment performance. Research methodology, the research is both empirical and exploratory. The research is based on the primary and secondary sources of information. The study collected a sample of investors from the Chittoor district, Andhra Pradesh, and relied mainly on data collected from the buyers through the structured questionnaire on hard copy of questionnaire distributed through the Google Sheets. This information was obtained from the 300 people. The data collection period was March 21 to April 21. This is my respondents' demographical presentation table, and it is the investors' knowledge regarding the investments. 34% of investors have some investment knowledge, 24% of investors have basic knowledge, 12% of investors are very limited knowledge, 20% of investors are considerable knowledge, and 10% of investors are extensive knowledge. They are depending on the brokers. And investors' preference on various investment avenues like bond, bank FDs, mutual funds, bonds and debentures, stock markets, and gold and silvers have been taken for my research. The respondents' preference of bank fixed deposits may easily be seen. The respondents' risk averse mentality is reflected in their performance of the cash and bank savings over their investing the same money in the products such as insurance funds, shares, debentures, and mutual funds. It is also possible to deduce that the investors' respondents have a distinct personality type of external locus of control in which a human priorities the external environment in his life. This could also related to the investor's contingency orientation in which the investor would prefer to have easy access into liquid cash in the event of an unforeseen contingency rather than the typing up the cash less easily receivable securities. And the primary object of the investment respondents are they are investing like opinion of them for investment, saving for the old age, more income and profit, regular income, tax savings, and capital appreciation have been taken in an objective. In that objective, they have the opinion has came from in my research. Fixed income has always been the most suitable objective with 36% of the investment invested in the stock market, as shown in the table above table. Most of these interview stated that their main investment objective is to generate the stable income. Investors' expectations of stable returns will be the reason that to prioritize fixed income in accordance with the other objectives. More income savings for old age, capital appreciation, and tax savings on the investment are rarely considered. Coming to my paper conclusion, the survey related a very variety of investment options for the financial packers. The survey found that the vast majority of the respondents wanted to invest in the sanctuary store with the banks, followed by the post office. As a result, the majority of financial support Andhra Pradesh Chittoor district are risk averse. It turns out to the regardless of the broken of respondents, the vast majority of financial supporters prefer safe speculation. That is, they want to invest in the path with the last risk. However, some of the respondents with their own business faced challenges and therefore invested resources in value markets. There are also a small number of respondents who are more willing to invest the stock market that builds up a resource. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you.
So next participant presenter is Bhavya Bora. Yes, Bhavya ji, please unmute. Student, Purnima University, Jaipur.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to one and all. So just I want to just present my screen. Screen is visible to all.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all. My topic is a detailed study how nepotism affect the work environment after COVID-19. So nepotism in the work place can be a major headache for HR. Once that should be avoided if all possible. And yeah, so nepotism, the practice among those who with power or influence of favoring relative or friends, especially by giving them jobs, can easily lead to. Am I audible to all?
Yes, Bhavya ji.
Yeah. So giving them jobs can easily lead to a toxic work environment or even lawsuits. If the person being acquired is generally unfit for the job, promoted without a cause, or allowed to break rules with impunity, nepotism can excite it and thus create an unstable workplace that can cost companies more than just employee moral. So our review of literature basically suggests that nepotism actually means nepotism. It is result from the Latin word nepotis, which means nephew and grandchild. So these are the review of literature of our paper. So research methodology basically in the present scenario study mostly is done on the secondary data is being used, and secondary data have been composed from various reports published by the different departments like economics and statistics department, planning and development department, etc. by the government of India. So our objective of the data is that it analyzes the state of nepotism at different levels. It is also studies that includes the interpretation of the prescriptions of the nepotism in different industries. The consequences of the paper which we have enlightened is that the risk legal action and the lower employee moral get accused of favoritism, and the next one is the risk of family frauds and consider fellow employees incompetent. Talking about nepotism in Indian business, nepotism in this field can mean from increased opportunity at a job or attaining the job or being paid more than other similarly situated people. It can also be referred to as situation or system where the kith and the kin of the ones in the position of the power are benefited in certain ways and enjoy certain benefits which deprive the rest of them the competition. So the nepotism in Indian politics, it is not a vocation but the family business. If the daddy is an MP, then his darling son or daughter regards the constituency as a hurdle. When the time of choosing a candidate for the greatest election, the comes around as it has now within the impending general elections in May and parties and out tickets to the relative of the MP through as they are family inheritance. Talking about the nepotism in the entertainment industry, nepotism and mediocrity complement each other, and without the one, others cannot be prevailed. Paving out one for the mediocrity as an excuse for entertainment and commercial success that had led to the deterioration
Please come to your major findings and the conclusions.
Yeah. So the disadvantage of nepotism is promote corruption, authorized leadership, organizational incompetency, harm leadership, effects of family problems, organizational politics, and hinders growth. Advantages on nepotism: family business startups, hiring and retention, knowledge and management. Our conclusion is basically too hard to control that nepotism and sometimes become a trouble errand and basically intends to handle the problem. So the conclusion of my presentation is will be this from the quote David Brayan: the writing can be taken up at any point, but you need to remember that the arts are fundamentally unfair. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavya ji. And the next presenter is serial number 12, Aishwarya Srivastav, BCom, MCom Management, currently enrolled in PhD from BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal. Yes, Aishwarya ji, please unmute. Please unmute kar lijiye. Yeah.
Okay. Am I audible, sir? I'll have to share my screen for PPT.
Okay. And please take it.
Okay. Is it audible? Is it
Yeah.
visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, all the dignitaries and my fellow researchers. So the topic for my presentation today is cashless transaction awareness in pre and post COVID-19 era in youngsters. So this topic, we all are familiar with what are cashless payments, and I've taken youngsters specially so that I have various objectives in mind, that what caused this huge leap in cashless transaction. Like, for example, demonetization was also, a major factor which has influenced cashless economy. So as per the reports, there are more than 70.3 billion payments transaction globally. So basically, India has ranks top position in digital transaction in 2020. So this is a great news for all of us. We, of course, we have always been a cash reliant country, and from moving to a top position for cashless payment is a huge deal for all of us. So as per the list, India retained top place and made a total of 25.5 billion transaction in 2020, which was followed by China and other countries as well. So cashless economy, it's such a broad concept that many factors influence it. For example, digital literacy, then banking and fintech companies, digitalization, cybersecurity, demonetization, and the final hit was COVID-19. So these are my objectives, and I'll explain each objective point wise in the next slides. So the research methodology which I use is, I prepared 2 questionnaires in 2 time frames. One was prepared before COVID, and one, because I keep on researching on this topic, so 1 questionnaire and 100 respondents I have taken pre-COVID, and 100 respondents I've just taken recently. Post-COVID, I can just say that. So the sample size is 200 respondents, and all the respondents belong to Bhopal city. And the data was collected by the means of questionnaire and also direct interview method for all those who could not understand the questionnaires and had little difficulties. Data I've collected and organized, and I have tried to put in charts for better visual representation. So this is a pure research based on primary data, first-hand data. So this was first questionnaire pre-COVID and second questionnaire post-COVID. My first objective was to examine the usage of cashless modes of payment for transaction pre and post-COVID. So these charts are give a clear picture that 92% of people, they were already, they have already used digital payment methods. But during post-pandemic and after pandemic, we can observe that they were already using it, but they have started using more of cashless transaction, and the results were very great in terms of cashless economy. That is, 90% people have used more of cashless transaction post-COVID. Second objective was to know the preference of people, that is cash versus cashless. So before COVID, people were very skeptical about cashless, but they were okay with it. 42% people said that, okay, we can go with cashless economy. We don't have to rely on cash only. And after COVID-19, we can see that more people have become accepting towards, going cashless. That is 54%. Third objective was to figure out the current reliance on cash. So this is a very interesting observation I've made, that there is no denying the fact that cash is still the king. That is 51% of population still carries cash, and 21% use both modes to transact, whereas 28% people have completely shifted to cashless economy. Now, why people carry cash? There are many reasons. First is the major reason which I have deduced was the reluctance of the other party to accept cashless payment and failure of transaction. Then next objective was to determine the frequency of cashless payment. So pre-COVID, in pre-COVID era, there were not many people who were very frequently using cashless transaction. But in post-COVID, we can observe that 40% of the people have started to use cashless frequently. 32% have shifted completely, which is a huge leap towards a cashless economy. Now, objective five, it's a very interesting objective, that is to gauge which event made people more inclined towards cashless transaction. That is demonetization or COVID. So in demonetization, 60% people started using more of cashless after demonetization, and in pandemic, 91% people started using more of cashless transaction post-COVID. So this clearly shows that COVID was much more influential. It has proved to be a blessing in disguise for cashless economy, and 52% people feel that both demonetization and pandemic, which is correct, both have played an important role in making our economy a cashless one. Objective 6 is to find out the major problems. What were the major problems faced? The pre-COVID, the major problems faced by people in making cashless transaction was, we can see that security issue was a major concern. People were less tech savvy, like now how we see QR code in every place. It was less of it like that. Many more problems. Post, there are various problems such as failure of transaction. This has come out to be the highest, the major cause, the major problem which people face. Non-acceptance of cashless, like people deny that, okay, I will, if you make payment online, then we have to pay GST, then you pay extra. So these are the problems we are still facing. Yes.
Certainly a good piece of research, but because of the time constraints.
Sir, I'll just conclude. Okay. So, finally, I can conclude that, of course, there has been an increase in, cashless transactions. Second is people still prefer cash, maybe because of non-acceptance of it, but yes, of course they are more preferable towards cashless because it has made their life convenient. UPI is the highest mode of UPI payments is very prominent, and COVID has definitely proved to be a blessing in disguise. Something coming good out of COVID is this is the cashless economy. And last, I would like to conclude, this is my final suggestion for all the youngsters and all the tech savvy people. This image really impacted me, that it's okay if your parents don't understand smartphone. There was a time when you didn't know how to work and they helped. So now it's our time to make them familiar with cashless, and how to use phones for cashless transactions. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Very nice research. You have done very good work.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Aishwarya ji.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, and the next presenter is at serial number 15, Nikhil Kumar ji. Yeah, Nikhil Kumar ji, please unmute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening to all of you. I am Nikhil Kumar, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh, India. And my presentation topic is National Food Security Act 2013, a review. This is a review paper. And when we are talking about this particular act, that is the National Food Security Act 2013, it is also known as Right to Food Act. This came into force on 12th of September 2013. Under this particular act, there are three components included in this particular act. That is, first one is the public distribution system, second one is the midday meal, and third one is the integrated child development services scheme, which is popularly known as Anganwadi center in rural areas or far-flung areas. And this particular paper is presented and analyzed in detailed manner. The impact of National Food Security Act 2013 have a significant and drastically changes the entire population of the. It includes 67% of Indian population. It means 2/3 of Indian population, which is 50% of rural population and 75% of urban population. And when we are talking about the component of this particular act, First one is the public distribution system. It is the system in which essential commodity to the weaker section is provided by the government at a subsidized scheme. And the literature review reveals the significant impact on the economy as well as environment of the country due to the this particular act, because there are previous so many schemes which were not applicable and not came into force due to the poor management of this particular system, that is public distribution system. The objective of my study are, first one is to identify the role of center and state government regarding this execution and implementation of this particular act. And second one is analyze the economic implication of National Food Security Act 2013. And final is to analyze the positive and negative impacts of National Food Security Act 2013. It means pros and cons of this particular act. When we are talking about the this particular act, the role of central government is important here, because central government is responsible to distribute the entire food grains to the fair price shop, which is popularly known as ration depot in rural areas. And the role and responsibility of central government is to protect the current food grains and maintain appropriate allocation of each state. According to a study conducted by Chavan in 2015, it highlights that this particular bill, that is National Food Security Bill, does not have any particular criteria for the identification of rural or say poor household. And it is also revealed that the central government needs to monitor that the individual, those who are entitled to supply this particular grains under this scheme, either attaining the material at subsidized rate or allocate therefore. The role of central government is also important here to managing the public distribution system for enriching the entire country, and environment structure of the country is also significant. And when we are talking about the role of state government to execute or implement this particular strategy, in that case, National Food Security Act 2013 also highlight the role of state government to ensure the this particular scheme, that is
please conclude now.
Okay, sir. I am okay. This paper has a huge contribution for transforming the lives of the people, and it promotes the right to food for each individual residing in the rural India. It also brought forward significant knowledge about the bill that has drastically transformed the economic structure of the entire country. In this review paper, the relevant past study of the National Food Security Act 2013 has been investigated thoroughly and analyzed the result and effectiveness. The success of executing this particular act depends upon the entire review of past literature. It has also been observed that a lot of work has been done in past studies. Further analyze its implication and execution strategy can provide a wide area for the future research as well. And to conduct a study of this type in particular field of investigation, hence the need of appropriate strategy and appropriate policy have to be framed for successful implementation of this particular act, that is National Food Security Act 2013, and followed by the center and state legislative agency appropriately. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ravi, next presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next presenter is serial number 16, Abhilasha Gupta, research scholar from Vanasthali. Yeah, Abhilasha ji, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible to all?
Yeah, please. Good evening.
Thank you.
You are not audible now.
Sir,
yes,
am I audible now?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Okay, thank you. The topic for my presentation is fashion of trade at stock exchange by way of digital payments in mobile applications. a study of NSE and BSE stock market. This paper is presented with the collaboration of Ms. Rashi Singhal, who is my co-author from Assistant Professor, School of Business Management, Noida International University. First of all, I would like to give the introduction about this stock exchange. As we all know that stock exchange is the gauge of the country's economy. It's a combination of financial markets or exchanges that functions for buying and selling as well as trade of different shares which the company offers to raise their capital from the market. An investor can invest his or her fund through stocks either by formal exchanges like NSE and BSE, or can do from over the counter exchange. The market regulator, actually the size of the stock market is too large. So in order to safeguard the interest of investors to maintain ethical trade, there was a setup of SEBI, that is Securities and Exchange Board of India, in the year 1992. The major two forms of depositories in the stock market which operates is NSDL and CDSL. That is, NSDL was established in the year 1996, and CDSL got its establishment in year 1996. The next is stock market and digital trade. As we all know that in the year 1987, there was a huge global financial exchange crash in the market. So due to which the agents, the stock agents were not taking their orders through physical exchange, and they started their trade to have through mobiles, like on call or through emails. So this gave rise to the digitalization, and also to the when our PM Narendra Modi ji has launched the cashless economy or the digital India. So then there is a growth. Then there is a launch of a few of many mobile applications which deals in stock trading app like Zerodha, Kite app, Angel Broking app, 5paisa, Grow More app, all these. And the mode of payment through which these mobile applications used to have trade, through which investors can have debit or credit of their amount, is like Paytm, Dhani app, Phone Pay, Google Pay, and many other. The objectives of my study is to assess the development of value exchanging at National Stock Exchange for the time period of 12 years, that is from 2009-10 to 2020-21. The next is to determine the contribution of digital payment services or applications in the growth of the stock market. To inspect the example and piece of pie of exchanging at National Stock Exchange in correlation with Bombay Stock Exchange for the same 12 years period, that is from 2009 to 2021. These are some literature reviews which I have considered for my studies, and the research methodology which I have considered is totally secondary based from like previous journals, newspapers, NSE website, SEBI handbook, etc. If we look for this graph that which shows the equity trade growth pattern of NSE for the period of 12 years, that is 2009-10 to 2020-21, we'll be able to see that initially in the year 2009-10 there is a rise approximately of 68.80% turnover in the stock market of NSE, but then there is a gradual decrease till year 2013 and 14, which is below 40%. And then there is again a rise for the 2 years that is 2014 to 2016. And if we see to the 2019 and 20, when it was the pandemic time, there was a maximum growth in the equity pattern of NSE, because at NSE, and the main reason for this is the mobile trade. The next is the market share of trading at NSE and BSE for the period of 12 years. The maroon line shows the NSE quantities, and the green line shows the BSE quantities. If we can see from this graph that it is clearly shown that NSE is leading to its heights, and the major trade was done in the NSE market by the retail investors. It is basically of. The next is the contribution made by the mobile or digital trading at NSE and BSE both from the year 2014-15 to 2020-21. If we there are two things that will be trade through internet and trade through mobile. if we see that in context to NSE, then the trade through internet is the highest, and whereas the trade through mobile is at the lowest, even below to the BSC. In context to Bombay Stock Exchange market, the mobile trade, the investors has traded their shares with mobile to the most instead of to the internet. Coming to the conclusion and recommendation of my paper, that at the time of 2016, when the President Miss Chitra Ramakrishna was there, she left her position in 2016, and due to that, the NSE market has crashed to very low, due to which the investors has received losses of a huge amount. On the other hand, NSE was working more viable and straightforward to support on the lookout, and furthermore fabricating a solid trust as compared when compared to Bombay Stock Exchange in the market. With the
Lashaji, please conclude now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. With context to the mobile trade, we see that from the year 2020, when the time of pandemic, there is a huge growth in the stock market, and the main contributor was the mobile trading, and as of now, even through the help of mobile trading, which is available just on smartphone, people in office even can trade. So there is a big growth in stock market through the mobile applications. Thank you. I'm open to the questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions at the moment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Abhilashaji. Next presenter is Ms. Kajal Ramesh Bhai Solanki, serial number 18. Ms. Kajal ji, please unmute.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please start. Yes, Kajal ji, please start.
Yeah. Good evening, all of you. I'm Kajal Solanki, research scholar of Bhakta Kavi Narsimha Mehta University, Junagadh. My
I think some network issue. Participants, please make sure the network should be very good, because Zoom requires a very good connection. I think some network issue from Kajal Solanki's side. No problem. The next presenter is at serial number 20, Mrs. Preeti Singh. Yes, Preeti ji, are you there? Mrs. Preeti Singh. The next presenter is serial number 23, Ms. Rachel. Ms. Rachel ji, please unmute. Ms. Rachel KJ, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Tamil Nadu. Please unmute. Ms. Rachel, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please start. Your voice is echoing.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you, but some background noise is coming from your side.
Okay, there's no, even now, sir?
Okay, no noise is there, no problem. Let's start.
Okay. Virtual reality, a very good morning to all the respected panel of judges here. So today my topic is about virtual reality and tourism. Virtual reality is a self-created form of chosen reality, therefore it exists by John Lowry. My topic is a study on the potential benefits of applying virtual reality in travel and tourism. This is by Dr. Uttara D, Associate Professor and Head PG Department of Commerce, and Ms. Rachel KG, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. So today, my statement of problem. In this pandemic situation, all of us know that there is no growth for tourism. So as providing consumer with first-person experience of destination helps to promote those destination, various tourism organizations have begun to incorporate VR tools into their marketing and advertising strategies. Tourism is significant for the success of many economies around the world. VR application can be used to experience that destination. So as tourist traveler, this app will guide their destination as a virtual reality image that they pass as well as the weather conditions. So my objectives here is to examine the effect of using genuine VR content and Google Cardboards on viewers' perception, to determine the relationship between the audience exposure to a VR video and their attitudes and purchase intention towards the advertised product, to investigate the effect of the virtual depiction of genuine environment in the field of tourism and examine the effect of VR stimulation of real-world environments and refer to this as genuine VR technology. So my review of literature, I had 3 review of literatures. So by Macho and Singh in his research has dealt with the subject of virtual tourism, and he says that it gives a second life to destination marketing. And in the year 2015, Zhang, Sheng, and Louis in his research has determined based on recommendation to use augmented reality technology. And in 2016, Hong, Backman, and Chang, the research has said that the virtual reality technology in tourism marketing, which was an integrated research framework. So my sample size is 203 college students majoring in communication. So male participants were made up to 32% of the sample and female participant at 68%. So my data collection was primary data collected through pre-test and post-test questionnaire, that is before my experiment and after my experiment. So my method of study was through an experiment method where the people were randomly assigned 3 groups. So one group will read the blogs, one group will have a look at the 360-degree mobile view, and the other in the cardboard goggles. So this is my tools that I've used for study: chi-square test, Spearman rank order correlation. So as my hypothesis testing, hypothesis 1 proposed that presence would have a positive effect on attitude towards destination. The linear regression results, however, the presence had a significant positive effect on attitude towards destination after controlling the prior motivation. Thus, H1 was supported. And in H2 proposed that attitude towards the advertised hotel would have a positive effect on purchase intention. And thus, the attitude towards the advertised hotel had a significant positive effect on purchase intention after controlling for prior motivation. Therefore, H2 was supported. So my findings and suggestions: the viewer perceived the advertised hotel more favorably and showed a great intention to book rooms at a hotel when they experience a more intense sense of presence through the use of VR 360-degree video technology. And the use of cardboard goggles did not enhance their sense of presence. Related to the use of mobile phone alone, the media practitioners must optimize the use of this application. VR has become an increasingly prominent tool for consumers marketing as the technology enables advertisers to provide potential consumers with a realistic virtual experience of a product. This has captured the attention of the tourism advertisers, but also other segments of advertising industries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is at serial number 24, Nimisha Maheshwari, Assistant Professor, Commerce, BARKATULLAH University. Nimisha ji, please unmute. And please, can you please start your video also?
Sir, I want to share my PPT.
Yeah, please share.
Is it visible?
Yes, please. It's visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening to all. I am presenting a paper on GST and Indian economy. The objective of my study is to know about GST and to know the impact of GST on Indian economy and the impact of GST on different sectors. As we know, goods and services is popularly known as GST. GST based on dual structure, which means it contains two components, that is central GST and state GST. It is a single unified system with simplified tax administration. There is some positive and negative impact of GST on Indian economy and on different sector of economy. Some positive impacts are simplification of tax structure. It's easier to calculate tax. GST help to increase production as it reduces the tax burden. Because of GST, transporting goods across India now become easy, which enhance the PAN operation. And due to GST, the cost of production decrease, which enhance the export rate in the country. The impact of GST on different sectors of economies are GST boosts the performance of manufacturing sector. It helps in reducing the cost of production. The GDP share of manufacturing sector is expected to surge 25% by 2022. In agriculture sector, GST is going to benefit a lot of farmers in the long run. GST would ensure that farmer will sell their produces for the best available prices. Textile industry is the most benefited industry due to GST as it reduced manufacturing cost. Automobile brands also experienced record growth after the implementation of the GST. In banking sector, the tax rate of banking services was increased to 15 to 18%, which makes banking services costly. As we can see the chart here, as it shows in financial year 2020 to 2021, the GST collection declined to 6% as compared to 2019 to 20 due to COVID impact. I want to conclude my paper here. As we know, GST is the main objective to promote one to kill multiple birds with one stone. GST shows some positive impact in short term, but in long term, there is a less immediate positive impact on Indian economy. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Ankita Patel, serial number 25, Ankita Patel, Assistant Professor, Research Scholar and Research Scholar, BARKATULLAH University. Yeah, please unmute. What, you are not audible? Ankita ji, you are not audible. Maybe your audio is not connected. Okay. Meanwhile, I am inviting Preeti Singh, Mrs. Preeti Singh, serial number 20, is back. Yeah, please, Preeti Singh ji, please start your presentation. You was not in the list.
Yes, sir.
And please take it only 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Before we begin, let me introduce my name is Preeti Singh, Research Scholar and NetGRF's Commerce, Department of Commerce and Management, carried by University Kota. Today, I am going to be talking about the topic of impact of COVID-19 pandemic crisis on micro and small medium size enterprises employment in India. As well as we know that very well how much COVID-19 affected we all our lives. The first of COVID-19 outbreak, Wuhan city in China. The virus is affected, also called the name is the SARS-CoV-2, and the outbreak of COVID-19 severely affected the global and Indian economy. During this period, various enterprises are facing different issues with a certain degree of losses. Problem such as the decrease in demand, supply chain and disruptions, and raw material shortage. Hello?
Yes, we all are listening to you.
Yes,
please continue.
transportation disruptions, cancellation of export orders, among others. But the major victims of the COVID-19 outbreak are MSMEs. If you're talking about the MSME, do we know that 6.5 crore MSMEs contribute 30% to GDP? Also, MSME sectors 29% and GDP through the national and international trade. There are the, it means we are talking about the MSME, it look like a seems that the MSME is backbone of the Indian economic growth, and MSMEs work with other 5 statutory body in all over the India. These are named the Core Board, KYC, NISAS, NIMSC, and MRJ. Now we turn on my second slides. Then we talking about the how women are more likely to lose employment compared to men. As we can see on my slides, we can see 61% of men employed remained employed and 7% lost employment men and did not return to work.
Madam, we are unable to see your slides as you are pointing out that slides are not visible. So I request you to kindly conclude your presentation. Just the major highlights.
Now you can see, sir?
Yes, but with the request that please be very brief and concise.
Okay, let me start again.
You can start from here only. We were listening you.
Yeah, okay, sir, okay. As we can see in my second slide, women and younger workers are more affected due employment due to the pandemic, but the CMI and CPS data according to 2019 and 2020, women more likely to lose employment compared to men. As we can see the main circle of chart, there are the 7% of lost employment and did not return to work. And we can see the women's chart, the 47 suffered a permanent job loss during the lockdown and not returning the work even by the end of 2020. So we can say that during the pandemic, affect everyone, but the compared to men, women are more affected by the pandemic. As we can see my second slide, we turn now. Monthly earnings fell of the all employment during the pandemic. These are also the data according to the CMIE and CPS data analysis. We can see there are 2 types of workers, formal workers and informal workers. But nearly half of the former salaried workers now moved on the informal work. So we can say that employment 2019 and 2020, we can see change. Now these are negative all things. The monthly earning of workers fell on the average by 70% in the pandemic. So we can say that government relief package MSME give to, but COVID-19 outbreak our MSMEs beside were neither prepared or not.
Please conclude, madam. Please conclude now.
I think, sir, the network problem was also there. We have considered her presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Priti, ma'am. The next presenter is at serial number 27, Pravata Kumar Jena. Yeah, Pravata ji, please unmute.
Good evening, everybody. This is Prabhat Kumar Jena. I'm working as a lecturer in commerce. So, can I share my PPT, sir?
Yes, yes, please share.
You can share your video also along with your PPT so that we can see you.
Yes, sir. Is it visible now?
Not visible.
Sorry, sir.
Please go with oral presentation.
Okay, sir.
Because we don't have time. Yeah, please go with oral presentation.
Okay, sir. Sorry. Let me turn my video first.
Your video, we can see you.
Okay, sir. So my topic of presentation is self-help groups and women empowerment, a study of Puri district of Odisha. My presentation contains introduction, objectives of the study, hypothesis of the study, research methodology, result analysis and discussion, and conclusion. As we know, women play an important role in the growth and development of the family and the society at large. Empowering women is the key to economic growth, political stability, and social transformation, which is essential for the achievement of sustainable development. So, self-help groups play a significant role in all-round development of the society in general, and that of the women in particular, both socially and economically. So, they help women to participate in family decision making, to make them financially strong, and to make them capable for leadership positions. So, my objectives of the study is to examine the socio-economic condition of rural women before and after joining SHG. And the second one is to study the impact of SHG in the empowerment of rural women. So in order to achieve the objectives of the study, I have set three hypotheses. First one is there is no significant difference in the occupation of the members before and after joining SHG. Second one, there is no significant difference in the income of members before and after joining the group. Third one is there is no significant difference in the employment before and after joining SHG. Coming to research methodology, I have collected the primary data by interviewing the members of the SHG, and the study is based on both primary and secondary data. I have used multi-stage sampling method. At the first stage, there are 11 blocks in the Puri district of Odisha. From the Puri district, I have selected 4 gram panchayats from each block. And at the second stage, 6
Okay, Prabhatarji, thank you so much. The next presenter is at serial number Yashi Tiwari ji. Yashi Tiwari ji, research scholar, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal. Yes, Yashi ji, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Very good evening to all the dignitaries. Quickly sharing my presentation because we have strict time constraints. Yeah. My topic for presentation is impact of education and awareness on disaster management in light of new education policy of India. Evidences from Madhya Pradesh. Moving on to the next slide. Yes. Let us first understand it is important to know what disasters are. Disasters, we can say any happening that results into loss of life and property. As per the Disaster Management Act 2005, it can be described as a catastrophe mishap arising out of natural and man-made causes. Now from here only we can differentiate broadly that the disaster reasons are natural and man-made. Natural can be earthquake, volcano, drought, flood, or man-made can be the terrorism and the accident or negligence or by degradation of environment as well. As we have witnessed the present COVID-19 situation, the Disaster Management Act was applicable from March 2020 as per after the directions of Honorable Prime Minister. Moving ahead, the purpose of my study was to get an insight into the managerial practices adopted by the disaster management institutions and also to highlight the importance of education and awareness in disaster management. First of all, important to understand a few glimpses of NEP, that is National Education Policy, wherein it is focusing towards the development of students completely of the holistic, taking into account the creative and the cognitive skills of the students as well. DRR, that is Disaster Risk Reduction, as per given by United Nations International Strategy for Disaster Reduction, focuses to reduce the damage caused by the disasters. It also aims to build disaster resilient communities by promoting increased awareness, and awareness very truly can be increased by proper education. Moving ahead, the research methodology adopted was identification of problem, review of literature, collection of data, analysis, findings, and finally the recommendations. The data was collected from 2 sources, primary and secondary, primary being the questionnaire, secondary being the research paper, state disaster management plan, and thesis literature. The data was the questionnaire was broadly classified into categories, and the categorization was made to draw the hypothesis very clearly. The null hypothesis drawn for the study was there is no significant relationship between education and state disaster management plan is being implemented. SPSS was the software used and ANOVA test was applied to test the above hypothesis. This was the table drawn from the respondents profile of 250 respondents were taken into consideration. As we could see here, definitely the p-value is less than the critical value, that is 0.05, and hence the hypothesis goes on to be rejected, and we can conclude that there is a significant relationship between education activities and disaster management, and this disaster management plan is being implemented. Moving on to the findings, it was quite evident from the data that the majority of the respondents were neutral, whether their institutes or other institutes are focusing or are working towards providing education. Only 44% affirmed that in the disaster management organizations are participating to educate the citizens for various disaster mitigation or management programs. And majority, that is 67.2%, they agreed that there is a strong effect for lack of education in disaster management. Finally, to conclude, we can see that disaster affects children very adversely, both mentally and physically. Collapse of school buildings, collapse of infrastructure results in the hindrance of education process, which should be overcome. So a proper introduction of disaster management should be included in the curriculum to lay a cognitive and a creative background for the students and to familiarize them with the surroundings and provide Thank you so much for being patient listeners.
Thank you. Nice presentation. Yeah. Next presenter is at serial number 30, Anup Kumar, Research Scholar, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh. Anup ji, please unmute. Anup Kumar ji, please unmute.
He is not there, perhaps.
No, he is in the list, but I can see him in the list. Okay. Anyways, next presenter, Sandeep Singh Naruka. Sandeep Singh Naruka ji, serial number 32, Research Scholar, Matsya University, Alwar. Yes, Sandeep ji.
Hello, good evening to all of you, respected dignitaries and cognizantes of research, my fellow research scholars. I hope I'm audible and visible to all of you. So my name is Sandeep Singh Naruka, and I'm a research scholar of Rajarshi Bhartrihari Matsya University from Alwar, Rajasthan. And taking the time consideration, stipulated time consideration for the presentation, I am quickly sharing my PPT. So my topic for today's paper is emotional intelligence. Is it visible to all of you? Hello? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Please start.
Okay, yeah. So as you can see over the screen, my paper topic is emotional intelligence. It's a review of literature, model, and measures that I have done so far. So if I talk about the introduction part, so emotional intelligence is an ability to express how we manage, control our human emotions and how we perceive other emotions and make a meaningful manual relationship and human relationships out of it in an effective and contributive way. So Sir Daniel Goleman, a psychologist of America, and he's also a New York-based time seller. He described emotional intelligence as a social intelligence and the new science of relationship, the definition that you can see over the screen. And moving on to the next slide.
In order to save the time, what you can do is that you can just switch to the major findings, your conclusions and suggestions.
Yes, surely, sir.
What this theory and concepts straight away, findings, conclusions.
Okay, yeah. So there are three models that this was a literature review that I have covered so far in this paper. So at present, there are three models of emotional intelligence across the world that have been in the practice. First one is Mayer, Salovey, and Caruso EI emotional intelligence ability model, which focus on these 4 points: perceive emotion, use emotion to facilitate thinking, understand emotion, and manage emotion. The second one is the Bar-1 emotion intelligence competency model, which is developed by Reuven Bar in 1997. And he focuses on the 5 core parameters, which is interpersonal communication, intrapersonal relationship, stress management, how to control stress and anxiety in human behavior, adaptability, and general mood of senses. And the third one is Daniel Goleman, which I propounded just in the introduction. So Daniel Goleman's EI performance model. So these are the three models, and these are the 12 measures that have been discussed so far across the globe in all the literature reviews, which is used to measure emotional intelligence on the basis of three models that I just showcased in the previous slide. So yes, so the way forward and the conclusion of my paper is that emotional intelligence has gained significance, paramountcy of importance in the Indian context as well, and handful research yet enriching research papers have been published, but there is a way forward that we can go, and the crucial areas and the aspect of research that can be focused on is the police personnel, the hospital staff, paramedics, which focus and work under extreme peer conditions and are more susceptible and vulnerable to emotional turmoil. So this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next presenter is at serial number 33, Mr. Raja Ghosh, research scholar, ICFI University, Jharkhand, Ranchi. Yes, Rajaji, please unmute. Yes, sir. Please start.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone, and this is Raja Ghosh, GM Finance, WSC DCL and Research Scholar, ICFI University, Jharkhand. My topic today for presentation is changing faces of CSR during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, the research agendas in the day to come. So considering time constraints, I go to the abstract. Apart from rejuvenating researchers' interest in this very important area in social sciences research, this article and paper attempts to point out some of the very important research issues and agendas that researchers should consider during and after the pandemic, relating to the very sensitive connectivity between CSR during and after the pandemic and the various changing phases and paradigm of it, and the JEL code is M140. I'm skipping the introduction part, but however, I'm telling that though CSR has been a major area of research for the social scientists in the past 10 years, it is being noticed that after the pandemic started, the areas connecting CSR and the COVID has not been adequately researched, though companies have engaged into a foray of CSR activities. However, the researchers' interest needs to be rekindled now, post-COVID, on various facets and paradigms connecting the CSR and the pandemic. The literature review part I am skipping due to time constraints, but they are very important literature reviews concerning Squab, Harris, Manuel and Heron, and Noah. The methodologies, the CSR practices and the CSR activities of the 5 companies listed each in BSE, NSE, NFI, NASDAQ, Euronext, and London Stock Exchange and Toronto Stock Exchange were studied since the last 3 years. The trends of CSR expenditure vis-a-vis their disclosures were studied along with the content analysis. Moreover, the existing literature on research relating to COVID and CSR were also studied from Shodh Ganga and all other university websites to find out the latest areas of research in CSR relating to COVID. The research problems and areas before the pandemic, as per the study, we see that to investigate and to analyze into the expansion trajectories of analysis within the period of the pandemic and the most focus of research regarding COVID-19 pandemic and business, this fact has been confirmed. The focus has currently shifted to analysis areas with respect to impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy, price chain, offer chain, management, innovation, industry, and employment. What are the research problems throughout the pandemic? What predominant motive is driving the CSR activities? It is philanthropic and different forms of organization throughout the various stages of the pandemic. And is there any variation in motives pursued across the business forms? The findings, the research problems throughout the pandemic coming up to a bright side for business to come up with even a lot of profits within the name of CSR. Is that surge in wealth solely associated with the shift in behavior of consumers and not the outcome of CSR gestures of those firms? And is the surge in wealth is alone due to the modification within the shopping habits of shoppers, and this can have any result on the longer term CSR management of firms? The research gap, has the CSR investment throughout the pandemic helped companies to retain their employees, increase the productivity and motivation of their employees, retain their existing customers, and build a robust company reputation? And
please
so
conclude now. Please conclude.
Yes, I'm coming to the conclusion. The conclusion is, despite such an involvement by business, social science researchers have somehow been reserved towards working on the problem associated with CSR within the time of the pandemic. It is expected that the research agenda stated above and many more of such issues concerning CSR and the fine thread of connectivity between CSR and pandemic will rejuvenate present and future researchers. And the point is we need to move beyond CSR and think about different models of organizing or new models of the firm that repurpose business to truly attend to social needs and goals. Such research is the scholarly community, however, is still at a nascent stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja Ghosh.
Thank you, Dr. Modi. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful presentation, sir. The next participant is serial number 37, Ms. Shefali Shukla, research scholar, Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. Yes, Shefali ji, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, one request. Actually, I will not be able to
No
come to the
problem,
video
no
because there
problem.
is no power. So I am using my mobile.
Start your presentation.
Yeah,
Yes,
sir.
no problem.
Yeah, allow me to share my screen.
Yes, please share.
So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Is my PPT is visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
So my PPT is visible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Namaskar, everyone. I would like to express my gratitude towards organizing committee of IRA, chief guests, sir, respected chairpersons, respected keynote speakers for giving me this opportunity to present my research paper in International Multidisciplinary Conference on recent developments in commerce management, education, humanities, and social sciences. My topic is analyzing customer engagement through ECRM, the role of relationship marketing in the era of digital banking in Varanasi banks. Myself, Shefali Shukla, research scholar, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi. So basically, the customer engagement is also known as an emotional bond that exists in between customer and brand. So customer engagement is also known as the strategy which is mainly concerned with maintaining a high quality customer experience. And relationship marketing is always being an important tool for managing customers into a brand entity. Relationship marketing is always being a powerful concept, but it is very challenging in practice because companies always attempt relational initiatives with all customers, regardless of their relational inclinations. So my study is based on the assumption that ECRM has propagated customer engagement into strengthen the customer relationship in banking sector. So first more objectives of my studies are firstly to identifying the relationship between ECRM and customer engagement in Varanasi banks, analyzing the relationship between ECRM and customer satisfaction, analyzing the relationship between ECRM and customer loyalty, and last, relationship between relationship marketing and customer engagement in Varanasi bank. So these are the few review of literature. So do I need to annotate?
I think
no, it's clearly visible. No problem.
This part. You may skip this part.
Okay.
Just confine to the major point.
Yeah, sir, sure. Thank you.
Because of the time constraints.
Research methodology, I think, is it visible, sir, PPT? Okay, due to some network connection, maybe this PPT is not visible, but I will annotate this. For research methodology, I have conducted research over 100 respondents, but out of these 100 respondents, only 82 data was useful. And my study is basically descriptive and qualitative in nature. And for collection of data, I use non-random sampling method due to COVID-19 restrictions. And under that, convenient sampling method is I used. And data was collected with the help of structured questionnaires. And for analysis, data analysis, I used SPSS analysis tool package. And under that, I applied reliability analysis and correlation analysis for my findings. So my study is not free from limitations. There are many limitations, like a study sample size was limited to 82 customers only, and this study only represents the consumer of Varanasi banks, This study only focuses on the relational analysis of consumer data, and only private sector banks were surveyed. So these are the findings of my study. Basically, in consumer demographics, the average age of bank customers were near about 31 years, and most of the male respondents were government employees and female respondents were self-employed. The highest preference was given for the HDFC Bank with 40.7%, and the highest referenceable service was credit card with 81.4%. So I applied reliability tests to check the validity of constructs of questionnaire. So there are the three constructs: ECRM, customer engagement, and relationship marketing. And reliability was considered more than 0.60, which is being considered a good reliability of items. So this is the first objective. So for testing the objectives, I applied correlational analysis.
Please conclude now. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Sure. So out of the four hypotheses, only one hypothesis was accepted, which is there is this third objective, that there is no positive relationship between customer loyalty and relationship, because the correlation was suggested very low degree of correlation, and it was not significant because you can see the p-value was more than 0.005. So it is not significant. Now coming over to the conclusions. Now coming over to the conclusion, relationship marketing always enhances customer satisfaction, commitment, and trust. And CRM was also discovered as a strategy for maintaining a cardinal relation between customer and banks. The CRM strategy tends to increase long-term profitability by migrating from transaction-based marketing to relation-based marketing. So the objective of my study was to identify the influence of relationship marketing on eCRM in banking sector, basically. So it was found during the study that relationship marketing is likely to enhance engagement and customer engagement and satisfaction. So here are the few suggestions I would like to give. Like bank should, for improving the relationship status, bank needs to be more creative and innovative in applying CRM strategies. They should use hybrid communication channels like offline and online, both mixed channels. And in order to address maximum customers, they should use digital media platform very effectively. So direction of future research, I will suggest that future research should examine the impact of relationship marketing on customer commitment. And second research can be addressed like what will be the effect of eCRM on performance of banking business. So these are the references. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Shefali ji, thank you. The next presenter is at serial number 39, Ms. Harsha Parecha. Ms. Harsha ji, please unmute. Harsha ji, are you there? Harsha ji? Please, participants, please be alert because we don't have much time. So I cannot call you, after your chance is missed. Okay. Serial number 42, Deepti ST, student MNIT. Deepti ji? Deepti ji, please unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start. Serial number 42, Deepti.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah. Please start.
Yeah. Good evening, one and all present here. Let me consider the time constraint and be very precise with my presentation. So the title which I have chosen is a comparative study on non-performing assets of public and private sector banks. So basically, non-performing asset, which means when the loan amount or the principal amount is not paid on the due date or before the due date, an asset can be termed as non-performing. And these are the types, that is gross and net NPA. And based on the RBI's principles, the bankers should consider few provisions to overcome the problems which arise for NPA in the future. And then comes review of literature. Here, the author Rajkumar Mittal and Diksha have suggested, and they've compared NPA in both public and private sector banks, wherein the NPA percentage in public sector bank is higher than private sector banks. Then comes the next review is by Sunil Kapadia and Venu Madhav. Here, the factors which lead to rise in NPA is the major factor is the credit performance or the credit appraisal of the bankers. Then comes objectives. The main objective is to establish relationship between NPA and profitability of banks. Then to analyze the impact of NPA. Then to suggest the measures to overcome the causes which affected by NPA. Here, the descriptive research design is used, and the data is completely based on the secondary data. And the calculations are done to find out the relationship between net profit and net NPA using correlation. The data analysis is as follows. Here, the gross NPA of public sector and private sector is compared, wherein the public sector bank possesses highest gross NPA. Then comes net NPA. Here, the public sector bank possesses highest net NPA percentage when compared to private sector banks. Then comes comparison of net and gross NPA of public sector banks. So individual banks of public sectors are considered here. In this, Canara Bank possesses highest gross and net NPA percentage. Then comes gross and net NPA of private sector banks. Here, Axis Bank possesses highest gross and net NPA percentage. Then comes correlation calculation. Here it is used to find out the relationship between two variables, that is net profit and net NPA. So HDFC Bank has positive correlation, wherein SBI, Canara and Axis Bank has negative correlation. Then findings of my research paper is basically NPA will have direct impact on the profitability of the banks by calculating few ratios in both public and private sector banks. So majorly public sector bank possesses highest NPA percentage. Only HDFC Bank has positive relationship between net profit and net NPA. So the main reasons for raising NPA could be willful defaulters, and the lending process should be minimized and it should be taken into consideration. Then comes suggestions. So preventive measures to be taken before sanctioning loans to the lenders, and bankers should not blindly trust the documents which are provided by the clients while sanctioning loan. So credit rating agencies should be followed by each and every banks. So here banks can seek loc adults, which is an redressal mechanism for the settlement of issues. Then come conclusions. So based on all the analysis done above, HDFC Bank will have least percentage of NPA. That is only because there is good inflow and outflow of funds, which is maintained. So bankers should verify the documents pledged by their clients before sanctioning loan. So basically NPA will definitely affect the liquidity and profitability of the banks. So the problem of NPA is not only by the bankers or could not be affecting only the banks, it will also impact on whole economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Serial number 43, Priyanka Gupta ji, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Women Engineering College, Ajmer. Yeah, please unmute. Yes, Priyanka ji.
Very good evening to all of you.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. Please start.
So
I think again there is some network.
a very good evening to all of you. I hope, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming, not yet visible, but perhaps it will come.
You can start your presentation, Priyanka ji, no problem. Without, yeah.
Okay. So the topic
is visible.
How it is visible?
Understanding challenges faced by
again, Priyanka ma'am, some network issue from your side. The voice is not audible clearly. Your voice is not audible clearly.
The topic for my presentation is understanding the challenges faced by entrepreneurs in tourism and hospitality industry. When we talk of tourism, we all have seen that how pandemic of COVID-19 has affected this industry and how people now of tourism had a were very disappointed. But now we see that again the industry is gaining grounds, and now when we start with tourism entrepreneur, the first insight which we would be seeing is that what is a tourism entrepreneur? A tourism entrepreneur, the most comprehensive definition of tourism entrepreneur was given by Hatton, and he said a tourism entrepreneur is a person who is an arbitrator, an innovator, a market filler, a risk bearer, a decision maker, a creator of an enterprise, and a coordinator of factors of production. The significance of tourism entrepreneurs states that they have played an instrumental role in showcasing regional local resources. They generate employment, they produce creative products, they give birth to touristic enterprises, they aid in earning real income, and these enterprises improves attractiveness of the community as a place to live, work, recreate, and retire. Moving on to the review of literature, the first review was given in 2002, which speaks about the comprehensive definition of tourism entrepreneur, and we also gave the classification. The second review over here was done in 2011. For tourism entrepreneurs are low profitability, lack of capital, regulations, infrastructure. In 2004,
Priyanka ji, can you now conclude your presentation since we are running short of time?
Yes, sir. Sure. Basically, what I did was that I took in-depth interviews of 20 tourism entrepreneurs from and the sample consisted of hoteliers, tour and travel agency owners, tour guides, software operators, and taxi service providers. The challenges faced by tourism entrepreneurs and their possible solutions are.
Yes, Priyanka ji. Yes. Thank you so much. Actually, there is a lot of network issue from your side. We have considered your presentation. No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
The next presenter is at serial number 45, Diksha Dubey ji. Yeah, Diksha ji, are you there? Diksha. Yes, Diksha ji, please unmute. Please unmute. Yes.
Yes, sir. Now you allowed me.
Yeah.
Am I visible?
Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So may I start? Good evening, everyone. Here I am presenting a paper on role of financial inclusion during COVID-19 pandemic in India. And basically my research is about financial inclusion during COVID-19, and we all are aware about what is financial inclusion, including financial literacy and about financial product services, customer production, deposit insurance, and supervisory framework. Financial inclusion come into frame in 2015 in India after Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, when we start covering the rural area to allow them to open a bank accounts and give them some subsidiaries, some benefits on the bank. But still the population was very less who are interested in these kind of schemes. But the pandemic come into the frame, and it become a boom or a game changer in the digital financial services due to some safety reasons and all. People are not people are not wanted to do the cash transaction, so the cashless transaction come into the frame, and the percentage is also increases. I do some literature review, but due to time constraint I am skipping this. I am coming to the purpose of study. Basically my purpose of study is to Identify the effect of financial inclusion during the COVID-19 pandemic, percentage of population, rural and urban area using digital payment modes, and the third, the percentage effect of COVID-19 on that particular population, and the better for financial services through digitalization. Basically, this is a secondary database research methodology I used, and now I am coming to my findings and the main reason why I do this study. The pandemic show that the trend toward digitization and the financial inclusion will continue, and the percentage population is more interested toward the digital payment like electricity bill, internet, and lots of payments are even the shoppings are also going to be increased on the digital mode because of the safety concern, as well as the better financial services are now available, and lots of fintech financial technical companies are also coming to the frame to provide a rural area as well as to connect it with this kind of a services, as well as the percentage is also increases from 2015 to 2020 of the rural population as well as the urban population who are connected with the digitization. Now the population which we covered while taking the data from different websites, from RBI, from World Bank, the Global Financial Surveys, the underprivileged section of rural and the urban area like farmer and small vendors are come under this, agriculture and industrial labor, people in unorganized sector, unemployed people, women, old people, and physical challenged people. Now here the data is showing how the urban and rural population percentage are vary. The total population and the women, poor and less educated peoples and youth, how the percentage are vary. Some percentage are increased due to the migration as well, where the labors from the urban area shifted toward the their hometowns to the rural places, and when while working after demonetization in the urban areas, they know how to use this Paytm, Google Pay and all. They also educate the other people over there, and the percentage changes are seen in our further findings, the results. Consumer using digital banking and the context-linked payment, such as in India during pandemic. The FIS survey show this report, and the percentage are showing in this particular slides. After that, my research also show that the financial inclusion opportunities and major changes are seen after COVID-19. RBI's policies, some national banks, NABARD policies, Kisan credit card are all the major schemes which also influence the people to use digital payment modes and to move toward the financial inclusion or financial services. And another impact which we seen during 2021, level 2 and 3 center in northeastern state, that the Reserve Bank of India announces that 345 crore rupees infrastructure development funds is raised over there due to this bank services provided in northeastern regions. After that, some key finding which we find after studying whole the data from different websites and general and RBI and World Bank data, the 68% of Indian consumers are now using online or mobile banking to conduct financial transaction. 48% respondent accept to use contactless payment instead after COVID-19. 51% accept to continue using this method because as a free. Yes, sir. These are my major findings. The total digital wallet transaction is nearly doubled in 2020-21 to 53.2 crores in May, which is compared to last February 2020. There is a huge difference we are seeing in the contactless payment or a digital wallet transactions. RBI data also show the same things about this. And my conclusion also says the same thing, that the COVID-19 pandemic has become a driver to digital technologies. Now people, those who are not aware about that, they are also using Zooms, Google Pay and all. So people are now coming in the frame to use this kind of a technology, and some cyber security rules are also tightened, so which is also helpful them to use this kind of a technologies. And this digital financial services are also boost the economic growth of the country. And now I'm ending my presentation. Thank you. I'm open for the questions.
Thank you so much, Diksha ji. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
The serial number 46, Ms. Arya J. Prabhudesai. Yes,
Thank you,
please,
sir.
please unmute. Yeah, please start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Arya Prabhudesai, and I just hope, sir, is my screen visible?
No, still not. Yeah, it's
Is
coming
it visible now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Arya Prabhudesai. I'm a research scholar at Goa University, and today I will be making a presentation on investment behavior of women, wherein I will be providing a conceptual model. Now, to begin with, first and foremost, I have to say this, that women have been an isolated batch, and they have always been considered as homemakers rather than money managers. But now the times are improving, and we have women entering the workforce. Also, they have more money available with them than ever before. But at the same time, let me tell you, they are also faced with the challenges of managing money properly. Okay, and money as a general rule always remains a low priority for women. Therefore, it is very important what women think from the point of view of money and from the point of view of investments. Now, to talk about investment, Punitavati Pandian has rightly said that investment refers to the purchase of a financial product with an expectation of favorable future returns. Let me tell you, investing is very much a serious issue. Okay, and it has a bearing on the performance. If I talk about the investment behavior refers to the behavior of an individual based on his psychographic and demographic factors. These might include age, gender, and so on. Let me tell you, the most important feature of an investor is the choice of the investment that he does. Any research is incomplete without the theories, as therefore even this research has taken into consideration two theories. To begin with, socialization theory. Let me tell you, a human being is a social animal. Okay, it is basically when we socialize, we learn. So the starting point of any activity happens to be the socialization. Through socialization, we inculcate values and beliefs in us, and it is through socialization that we also know about the various aspects of finances. Many of the authors have rightly pointed out the four agents of socialization for any learner, which might include the formal agents, family and school, and also the informal agents, that is mass media or peers. According to Bechtel Smith and others, women and men differ in the way they behave mainly because of the socialization process. The next theory that I have taken into account is the prospect theory. To put it up in simple words, an individual would always try to reduce his losses, that is to avoid his losses, than to maximize the gain. This is how an individual thinks. That is, first, he will always take into consideration the potential loss as compared to that of a potential gain. Coming across to the objectives of the study, it deals with the influence of the financial socialization on subjective financial knowledge. It deals with the influence of subjective financial knowledge on risk perceptions, and it examines the influence of risk perception on the investment behavior of women. Let me tell you, for the study, I have included working women. Coming across the operational definition, investment behavior can be conceptualized as the purchase of asset and security, which might be based on the type of investment avenues, amount of investment, investment interest, investment regularity, investment action, and investment involvement. Financial socialization is the process of acquiring and developing attitudes, standard norms, and behaviors which contribute to the financial viability and individual well-being. Coming to subjective financial knowledge, which might be a bit tricky, but before that, let me tell you, financial knowledge is basically incorporated into two types of knowledge. The first is objective financial knowledge, that is what we actually know. And the second aspect is the subjective financial knowledge, that is what we think we know. So basically, it is the individual's self-assessment of their
Yes, ma'am,
level of
please,
financial
ma'am,
knowledge.
please conclude. RMM, please conclude.
Yes, sure,
Yeah, please,
sure.
please.
So this is the hypothetical model of the study wherein the financial socialization leads to subjective financial knowledge, which in turn lead to risk perception and which in turn leads to behavior. Hence, I conclude and I say that it is very much essential that we should develop the programs which are necessary for increasing the financial capabilities of women, which perhaps can contribute to their financial independence and economic viability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nice presentation. Yeah, Harsha Parecha ji, serial number 39. Harsha Parecha. Yes, please unmute. Harsha ji.
Sir.
Please unmute. Yes, please start.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. May I share the screen, sir? Yeah. Just a second. So, greetings from my side to everyone. And the topic for my research paper is, just a minute. I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible to all.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, please start.
Yes. So I'm Harsha Parecha. I am basically from Maharashtra, Amravati city. So the topic of my research paper is a study on the satisfaction level of debit and credit card holders of nationalized bank in Amravati city. As we all know that after demonetization of 2016, the use of card payments and digital payments, it has been increased a lot. So thus I thought to take this into account and study the satisfaction level with respect to debit and credit card holders, specifically of Amravati city. So the objective of the studies are I tried to study. I studied the relationship between the age and the satisfaction level of the card holders, and the second objective was to check is there any difference between the satisfaction level of debit card as well or the credit card holders. So the hypothesis was that there is a relationship between age and satisfaction level, and the second hypothesis is there is a difference between the satisfaction level of debit card as well as credit card holders. Limitations: my study was restricted to the card holders of public sector bank, that is nationalized bank only, and the study is restricted to Amravati city itself. When I was doing the data analysis in SPSS, I came to the conclusion with respect to first hypothesis that there is very low negative correlation between age and the satisfaction level of card holders. Almost negligible relation between the age and the satisfaction level of the card holders. The second hypothesis was that there is a difference in the satisfaction level, and the here we have accepted the hypothesis that yes, I found that there was a difference between credit card holders satisfaction level and debit card holders satisfaction level. These are the major findings of my study, and I conclude. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, short presentation. Thank you so much.
I prepared keeping in mind the time, sir.
Yes, very nice presentation.
Thank
you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Priyanka Gupta ji. Yeah, please, you can take one more chance. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for allowing me. It was due to some technical issues. I could not present at that time. But in a few minutes only, I would just speak about the research methodology and the conclusions which I derived. I hope my screen is visible.
No, your screen is not visible. You have not shared. You can give oral presentation also.
No, sir. It would be better if I
not visible. Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. So, sir, the research methodology which I had taken was that I did 20 in-depth interviews of tourism entrepreneurs, and through those in tourism entrepreneurs, I considered hoteliers, tour and travel agents, agency owners, tour guides, souvenir shop holders, and taxi service providers to understand what are the challenges which these people face, and the transcripts which I generated from the basis of the interviews. From those, I concluded, this is the conclusions which I made. The first was the basic challenges faced by tourism entrepreneurs and the possible solutions are as follows. The first one is the competition. The competition is because of the strong and stiff competition, crowded marketplaces, and illegal operators. In case of tour guides, we generally face this issue of illegal operators. They are not licensed tour guides, but they are performing in the market. And to respond to this challenge, it is good to operate outside the normal hours. Natural trails and weekends or holidays can also be used for avoiding this stiff competition. Then for marketing, reaching a global tourist and attracting those tourists is very tough. And for that, we can establish our presence through online bookings, through 24/7 email reservation systems, facilitating designs, extra offerings like during festivals and spaces to government agencies, and specifically targeting Generation Z, because they are the ones who are making the decisions in the families these days. They are the ones who are very tech savvy. So we need to target them basically. Then the next challenge which we face is about the price and cost of doing the business. These entrepreneurs face a lot of problem because of the government taxes and local tourist has to spend. So you can choose the most reliable operator for yourself, and you can make bookings and payment systems through online basis, and promote everybody as a team, because generally what is happening in a practical situation is that there is a very constraint that tourism entrepreneurs do not wish to do resource leveraging. They don't wish to hire the resources of other hotels or something like that, because they feel that once if their services are collaborated, then next time the tourist would be deviated to their place. Then the next is business structure, which involves the place of attraction. Shops are expected to give commissions. To avoid and attract, they don't give commissions, and there is a mismatch of business practices among major attractions. So to avoid this, the advertisement should be done at strategic places, and major attractions should be consolidated under one roof, so that the tourist doesn't has to make a move for different places, and then the time is wasted, the cost also goes. So that reason is there. And the last is that the environment, all the premises are releasing sewage into the local water bodies, Anasagar and Pushkar, and this is creating a lot of bacteria, microorganisms. Water bodies are also shrinking, so there is a need for a proper regulation of water treatment system, and regular cleaning programs should be there. Apart from that, Atikraman Hatao Abhiyan should be undertaken by the government, so that the water bodies remain in their original shape. And when we talk of the location, if the organization, if the hotel or the tour and travel agency or something, major attraction is far from the town or a popular beach, then there is an issue. And this can be responded by commission, by giving commission to the bus or travel agencies.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you so much for sir giving me a chance.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Pravata ji, you can try again, but you can take only 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, please start.
Yes, sir.
And please.
So coming to the objectives, yes, sir. And the objective of my study is to examine the socio-economic condition of rural women before and after joining self-help group, and to study the impact of self-help group in the empowerment of rural women. So my study is purely based on the role of self-help group on the economic and social empowerment of women. So for that, I have set 3 null hypotheses that there was no relationship between the occupation of members before and after joining the group, and there is no difference in the income of members before and after joining the group. And also third one was there was no difference in the employment before and after joining the group. So coming to the results and analysis and discussion, before taking SHG activities, 41.67% of members were depending on agriculture, whereas after joining the group, it is reduced to 20.45%. That means they are not depending now on the agriculture, but they are taking some productive activities like food processing, commercial farming, pisciculture, household and industry activities. Next, there was 3 hypotheses. First hypothesis was there is no relationship between the occupation. On the basis of my data analysis, the result is here. F test, I have used my MS Excel to study the relationship between the occupation. So here p value is 0.02. The result of p test reveals that p value is 0.02, which is less than the significance level of 0.05. Hence, the null hypothesis is rejected, and alternative hypothesis, that is, there is a significant difference in the occupation of members before and after joining the group. It means that there is a great impact on the occupation of members after joining SHG. So before joining, they were depending on the agriculture and other activities, whereas after joining the group, they have self-dependent and they are depending more on productive activities. Second hypothesis was there is no relationship between the income of the members before and after joining the group. And I have used here t-test by using Minitab. Here p value is 0.001, which is less than the significance level, that is 0.05. So the null hypothesis again rejected, and it shows that there is a significant difference in the average income of the members before and after joining the group. It shows that before joining the group, they are having small amount of income, and after joining the group, their income has been increased significantly. And last hypothesis was there is no significant difference in the employment. Before joining the group, there is less amount of employment. They were depending on agriculture and different household activities. But after joining the group, they are depending on the commercial activities. So here p value is 0.01. So the significance, it is less than the significance level. So
yes,
here also
Prabhataji,
the null hypothesis is rejected. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the chance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Dharaji, serial number 48, Dr. Dhara Jethwa, Assistant Professor from Rajkot. Yes, Dharaji, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. So this is Dhara Jethwa, and I'm presenting my paper on opportunities and challenges that are faced by MSME sector of India. I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So basically, my research is based on secondary data. As such, the study is made with the objective of identifying what exactly the problems that are being faced by the MSME, that is micro, small and medium enterprises of India. Let me just give you a very quick idea about what exactly they are contributing. MSME sector is contributing almost 30% in the total GDP of India. It is considered to be the second largest employment generator after agriculture, with over 110 million individuals working in this particular sector, and almost 50% of the total export is also being made by the MSMEs of India. As we already discussed that COVID-19 has greatly impacted on every business activities as well as individuals. The same thing is over here, so I'm not going to repeat it, and I'm directly moving to the main idea about what exactly the opportunities and the challenges were posed by the COVID-19. First of all, looking into the opportunities, COVID-19 has opened up the new market because of the digitalization. Earlier, the MSMEs were not seemed to be very open for the digitalization, since there were so many other problems they have to take care of. Whereas COVID-19 has forced them to use digital platform, and that has opened up the untapped market as well. So the small industries or the household businesses could also reach up to the maximum geographical location they could possibly do. The second opportunity that is presented is increase in the productivity and competitiveness, though directly it has not affected, but indirectly, because of the lack of resources or making use of whatever the available resources are there, they started becoming more innovative and more creative. And that has ultimately end up into a greater productivity, as well as since they are now working in a different geographical location, the competition level has increased, and that made them to focus on deriving more and more innovative items at the highest possible quality. So that was also the opportunity that has been posed, and those who are capable enough to address these problems could specifically get this opportunity to be encashed. Third is increasing the reliance of customers on domestic product. As we know that due to lockdown and the border that has been closed down for so long, more and more people started making use of domestic products. That has opened up the chance for the domestic MSMEs to sell their product to the domestic market. And the last one is accessibility of the global market. Global market has also been open specifically for the export-oriented businesses. Those businesses from where the maximum business has been coming before the COVID-19 due to closing down the border, Indian MSME sector has also got the opportunity to sell the product in those particular area. So these are the some opportunities. Now let us move to the challenges. Challenges are the major concern of this paper, since we are talking about MSME sector, which is most vulnerable among all the business activities that are being undertaken by the business enterprises.
Ma'am, please conclude. No.
Yeah.
Please conclude.
So this is the last thing. Challenges: lack of market accessibility because of, again, the market borders are being closed. Cash flow maintenance would be the possibly challenging issue, because all the business got affected. Workforce related problem is there due to their job insecurity or the unemployment. Need for digitalization and capacity building was the issue, because financially it gives pressure to the MSMEs. And the last problem that has been faced by the MSME was the cyber security. Due to excessive use of online payment mode, the cyber security issue, the cybercrime and identity theft issue was greatly there. So the paper is only talking about opportunities and challenges. As far as the solution concerned, government has brought up some policy matters, but the paper is not talking about that. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, sir, for letting me present my paper.
Thank you so much. Yeah, serial number 49, Valerie Fernandez, Assistant Professor from Goa. Yes, Valerie ji, please unmute. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'll share my screen.
Yes, yes, okay.
And is it visible? My screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
My topic, hello, my name is Valerie Fernandez. I'm from Goa. My topic is the role of family communication and socio-demographic factors on reverse socialization of parents. My introduction is due to COVID-19, now we all know that we are dependent on digitalization. Everything is digitalized, from going to banks, getting transactions done, buying something, you want to purchase something, everything has to be done through digitization. Now for children, they are experts, they know it, but what about parents? They are not born in the digitalized world. So they have to learn from someone. So who they can learn very well from the children. So my study is to find out whether parents learn from children or they don't learn from children, and what are the factors which will influence them to learn from children. I've done a study of 500 parents. I've taken interview of 500 parents who had children between the age of 16 to 26. My objective was to find out whether this demographic has any effect on parental learning. And secondly, I wanted to see family communication pattern has any effect on parental learning from children. Now, these are my hypotheses. I've taken gender, residential area, age, occupation, income as my demographic factors, and family communication pattern as the moderating factor. I'm not showing my demographic profile because of time constraint. I've used SPSS, in that I've used independent t-test, ANOVA, and smart PLS. Now, this is the independent t-test. In case of independent t-test, if you see the gender, it shows that it is more than the p-value is greater than 0.05. So it means that gender has no significant impact on parental learning, and irrespective who the parents are, they learn from children. The second is residential area. Again, rural or urban, it doesn't matter. Parents do learn from children is what I came to know. The third is the age of parents. What is the age of parents? Whether age of parents will influence the way they are learning. Again, I found out that the age has no impact on parental learning, whether they are 36-year-old, whether they are 65, whether they are 70. They love to learn from children. They want to know how to use WhatsApp. They want to know how to learn internet banking. They want to know how to use Zomato, all those things. So age doesn't matter. Now, next is occupation. Depending upon occupation, I had people like professionals who said that they don't learn from children because they already know about technology. So it shows that occupation may vary, and based on the occupation, higher the occupation, people might not want to learn from children because they already know it. And last was family income. Richer the parents are, more exposed they are to good education, and those they don't take from the children's studies. So this is the hypothesis which I have got. If you see the gender, residential, and age do learn and have been rejected, and occupation and family income was rejected, whereas gender, residential area, and age was not rejected according to the hypothesis. Now I have done the family communication pattern using smart PLS, advanced software, to find out the moderating effect of concept of these family communication patterns. I've taken two, that is concept orientation and family and the socio orientation, which are dimensions, to see whether family communication, how you communicate in the family, open communication, warm communication affects or no. Now, through smart PLS, I have run the smart PLS and found very good results. And it shows that, yes, there is a very strong fold of family communication on parental learning. Again, I've done the smart PLS. I've run it on, again, social orientation, which is another dimension of family communication pattern. And again, it showed very good results. It showed that, yes, family communication pattern is playing a very significant role in parental learning. So the moderation effect was very strong, as you can see in the software. So I conclude saying that digitization is the need of the hour. Parents have to learn from children. There are certain socio-demographic factors do affect parental learning. However, in case of occupation and income, parents do have their own reservation as far as communication is concerned. And family communication pattern, that means how the family communicates with the children, how open they are, how close they are, how autocratic they are. Depending on that, also parental learning will be getting affected. And family communication is a very strong moderation effect according to smart PLS software. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice presentation. Yeah, serial number 51, Sanjay Sharma ji, JRF Commerce. Sanjay ji, please unmute.
Yes, sir.
Please try to complete in 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir.
Sanjay ji, please.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
We don't have much time.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start, please.
Okay, sir. So the topic of my presentation is a study of impact of COVID-19 on world economy. Amid the coronavirus pandemic, several countries across the world resorted to lockdown to flatten the curve of infection. This lockdown means confining millions of citizens to their homes, shutting down businesses, and ceasing almost all economic activities. Now, as some countries lift restrictions and gradually restart their economies, here you look at the pandemic, how we have been affected and how we have coped. COVID-19 pandemic has spread with alarming speed, infecting millions and bringing economic activity to a near standstill as countries impose tight restrictions on movement of half the spread of the virus. So the IMF estimate of global economy growing -3% in 2020 is an outcome of far worse than the 2009 global financial crisis. Economies such as US, Japan, the UK, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain are expected to contract this year by 5.9, 5.2, 6.5, 7, 7.2, 9.1, and 8% respectively. So here is the graph of growth projection of global economy, advanced economy, and emerging market and developing economies. I have here separately shown the economy and their classification. The graph here shows that the growth will be lesser, almost 7%, 7.8% in 2021 also. So the historic contraction of per capita income as shown here. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020 with the per capita income contraction in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. Advanced economies are projected to shrink by almost 7%. Now fiscal deficit as one measures of global fiscal and monetary responses. The IMF estimate that government spending and revenue measures to sustain economic activity adopted through mid-March 2021 amounted to rupees 16 trillion. The IMF forecast reflects that the impact of policy measures on the US economy in the first half of 2020 that are larger than it assumed in its earlier forecast, a slower recovery in the second half of 2020, and the impact of US spending measures adopted in 2021. So here is the IMF forecast of GDP in different years. So the food and beverages industry, the IMF forecast a decrease in food prices by 2.6% in 2020 in the lockdown period. While the price of cereals, oranges, seafood, and Arabica coffee has increased, prices of tea, meat, wood, cotton have declined. Further, the decline in oil price had put a downward pressure on the price for the palm oil. Now, next industry, oil and natural gases. This has also been affected badly. Tourism industry has also affected badly, and the number of people visiting various sites has reduced predominantly. In July last year, UNCTAD estimated that a 4 to 12 months standstill in international tourism would cost the global economy between $1.2 trillion and $3.3 trillion, including indirect costs. So here is the graph of UNCTAD, as I have referred the same. Impact on the output has also been burst, as shown by World Economic Outlook prepared by the International Monetary Fund. Global economy is projected to experience a stronger recovery in 2021 and 2022 than indicated in the previous forecast, with global growth projected to increase at the rate of 6% in 21 and 4.4% in 22. Global foreign investment has in some parts the inflow has been came to developed countries, but the poor countries has been affected badly. So here is the graph of the countries of developed countries, developing countries, transitioning economies, and world. So we can say that transitioning economies are affected badly, while developed economies haven't affected that well. How have countries coped? According to an assessment by WEF, supported by SME and large business, is crucial for maintaining employment and financial stability in India. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced some details of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan package in that time, but now it has been completely unveiled to provide relief to MSME in the form of an increase in credit guarantee. Further, even as economic activity resumed gradually, the situations have been better, and now it seems that we will be stronger back in 2020.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next presenter is at serial number 52. Last, I think, Deepak Kumar Das. Yes, Deepak ji. Deepak Kumar Das ji, please unmute. Deepak Kumar ji, please unmute. Okay. I think he's not available. Yeah. Har Govind ji. Okay, now I think we have given chance to every presenter. Thank you all the participants for presenting the papers in a very beautiful and professional manner. And may I request to Madam Beatrice to speak few words about the presenters, please. Only few lines, few words about all the presenters. Please unmute, ma'am. Yeah. Madam Bizotto.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
I know.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. We can hear you. Madam Bizotto? No. You are not audible to us.
No.
Yeah, now you are audible. Now you are audible.
No. No.
Okay. Thank you, so thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think Madam Bizotto is happy for all the presenters. So now I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Chopra, ma'am, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association and Principal, Bhavan's College of Communication and Management, Jaipur, for delivering vote of thanks on behalf of Inspira Research Association. Dr. Aarti Chopra, ma'am. Please unmute, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
A very good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
A very good evening to each one of you. I take privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the end of first day of the International Multidisciplinary Conference on Recent Developments in Commerce, Management, Education, Humanities and Social Sciences, being organized by the Department of Commerce, BARKATULLAH University, Bhopal, and Inspira Research Association-IRA, Jaipur. We are living in a world which is changing its pace with the wink of an eye. Our chief guest, Professor Chauhan, rightly said that this is an age of Industry 4.0, which is a new age innovation. There is a revolution. We have to learn to adopt this innovation in all spheres of life and businesses. Otherwise, we shall go obsolete. As professors, as academicians, it is our duty to keep our students industry ready and ready to face the challenges of life. This conference is a great effort to bring out new age knowledge and information on one platform. At the outset, I wish to show our indebtedness towards our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor of Shri Gobind Guru's University, Gujarat, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan. Sir, you have been very kind to spare valuable time and benefited us immensely with the words of wisdom. Thank you so much to our chief guest. I would especially like to thank our esteemed chairperson, Madam Beatriz Bijotto from Brazil, to enlighten us with her in-depth knowledge and very effective way of presenting it. I would like to show deep sense of regards to our co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Professor Anil Mehta, sir, Banasthali University, for his impressive presentation. Our renowned and intellectual keynote speakers, Dr. Rajendra Deshpande from USA and Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao from Osmania University, Hyderabad, have left a mark on the minds of audiences with their knowledge and extremely effective presentation. I wish to appreciate and specially thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Barkatullah University, Professor R.J. Rao, for this collaboration and providing dynamic leadership to his team to coordinate well with the organizing secretary, Dr. R.K. Modi. I wish to appreciate Professor Pavan Mishra from Barkatullah University and the whole team for their impressive teamwork. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for Dr. R.K. Modi organizing secretary of the conference and General Secretary of Inspira Research Association-IRA, for his persistent and constant efforts towards making this conference a success, right from planning to execution stage. I would salute the effective administration of Inspira Research Association-IRA Jaipur. It is because of his effective administration and guidance that results in the smooth functioning of the event. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants from all over the nation who have shown great interest in presenting their program tomorrow's session, who are present with us, Professor Chai Ching Tan and all the eminent dignitaries who are present with us today also, though they have to speak tomorrow. Thank you so much to all of you. Looking forward for one more day full of excitement and knowledge. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti Chopra ma'am, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association. I would like to thank once again the team of BARKATULLAH University Department of Commerce, especially Dr. Pawan Mishra sir, and our chief guest of today's session, Professor Pratap Singh Chauhan sir. I would like to thank once again our chairperson, Madam Bijotto, co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Professor Anil Mehta sir, keynote speakers, Dr. Rajen Deshpande and Kankipati Srinivasa Rao sir, and all the participants and all the presenters. Thank you so much for joining us today. Tomorrow at the same time, 4:15 p.m., we will join on session second, recent developments in education, humanities, and social sciences. I will also share today's recorded video on the WhatsApp group and on the mail ID of all the participants. And I request all the participants to please start your videos if you can, so that we can share, we can take some screenshots also. So thank you so much. Professor Chai Ching Tan sir, special thanks to Professor Chai Ching Tan sir. He is always with us. Madam Bijotto.
Thank you.
If somehow some participants, some presenters could not able to present their PPTs due to some network issues, they can send their PPTs on our mail IDs. We will consider it as their presentations. So don't worry. You can send your slides. You can send your PPT on our mail ID. Thank you so much. Once again, good night. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gratitude.